Welcome to Watch, Review, Repeat. This is the podcast where two best friends discuss the latest in film and television and then do it all over again the following episode. My name is Colton Brown. Joining me is Andrew Meadows.
Well, hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. I noticed that your surroundings look a little different than usual. So what's going on with that?
The man cave is under deep renovation. There is drywall on the walls, but that is about the only thing on the walls. I got rid of the closet. I've converted it over to something that it's got some like cabinets in there. I put some cabinets in there and a countertop, but I don't know if I'm building a shelf or if I'm building just a place to put a picture. I'm not quite sure what to do with the space yet, but and then we're in the middle of painting. We bought paint tonight and a ceiling fan. And then next week floors get put down. So we're going to be putting down some laminate wooden floors. So
nice.
Big changes in the man cave.
Yes, it sounds that way. I mean, you're using temporary quarters right now, aka it looks like the dining room.
I am in the dining room, very much displaced, covered with. I've taken over the entire table. So.
It's probably a little bit more open, which is probably not to your taste. I feel like you like the enclosed,
yes,
dark spaces. You know,
like being in the cave. I don't feel so exposed out here.
Everyone can hear every word that I'm saying. They're judging me. My neighbors might be able to hear me. Oh no!
I had to close the blinds. Close the blinds to make it feel more homey.
Little privacy. Little privacy is appreciated. Well, it sounds like quite the project is underway, so hopefully the man cave renovations go well, proceed well, but nothing stops this train. We still got to record. We still got to do the pod. So whether it's here, there, anywhere, we're pressing on. And we're pressing on with episode 198, which is the sequel, I guess, in a way, to our 5.5 hour coverage of 2021. It's a look ahead to 2022. And knock on wood, we won't be here for 5.5 hours talking about what's going on in 2022. But certainly we do have lots of good things on tap, and we will be talking about this and that throughout. So I'm excited to preview the year. Yes, I know we're 15 days into February as of recording this. We've missed a month and a half. Whatever. January was pretty lackluster. We'll get to that as far as film is concerned, obviously. But I think that we have in the next 10.5 months a lot to look forward to, if I may be so bold as to say.
Yes.
That. So that's where we're at. Very cool. I think it's just best for these sorts of episodes to avoid being here for many hours, to just jump into things. We don't have a fun fact here other than 2022 is upon us, and we're living through it. So let's just look ahead to what 2022 has to offer. And I'm almost certainly going to butcher 2022. It doesn't roll off the tongue super smoothly. I'm not going to lie. So just be warned of that. Here's a few other things you should be warned of. This is not an exhaustive list. That is what would keep us here for 5.5 to 6 hours. And all these dates, you guys should be familiar with this routine. All these dates are subject to change. Now, I think we've had some pretty good consistency and stability with like theater release dates and stuff over the past few months. There's only been a few things that have shifted around in any significant fashion. But of course, where's the next Delta? Where's the next Omicron? It just feels inevitable at this point that things get real fucked for a while, and so maybe that has an impact on the industry. And hopefully not. Hopefully people just get their goddamn vaccines, and we can push through this whole thing, and have a relatively normally functioning society at some point. I mean, I feel like that's not such a crazy goal to set our sights on, but we'll see. We cannot predict the future. And after 2020 and 2021, it's probably not worthwhile to do so. So what we're going to talk about, we're going to talk about all of our speculations for TV stuff, for film stuff, any predictions for from what we're seeing for things or what we think things are going to be. Really anything goes. This is a pretty big free-for-all episode. We're just we're just going to touch base on what's coming up in the year and note whether we're looking forward to it. I think in years past we've done like a yay or nay type of system. I don't know if it's literally been yay or nay, but we can certainly implement something along those lines if we want to here. But we'll start with television. We'll go kind of by network and then streaming platform, and then in films we'll start streaming, and then we'll go theatrical release dates month by month through December. So let's just start with television, and let's start with network television. And let's start with what I think is probably going to be a consensus nay, but you may disagree. The final season of The Walking Dead has finally fucking arrived. I mean, this show has been on since before I was born, I'm pretty sure.
22 years? I feel like it came out. What? No.
It's probably only been on for like roughly a decade, maybe slightly over a decade. But
no way.
It feels like this show has been around for fucking forever, because it just, appropriately enough, I suppose, is the show that just won't die, right? You know, it's kind of where we're at with Walking Dead. I mean, I gave up on it long ago. I'm pretty sure you made it much further than I did. I made it through one season for reference. So
I made it through like 5.
Yeah.
I think.
Let me, and I should warn, I'm going to try to do some like quick Google foo on my phone throughout, so that I'm not clickety clacketing on my mechanical keyboard throughout, because I find that annoying when I edit the episode. So I assume that's annoying for people listening to the episode. But I'm going to do a lot of on-the-fly research of everything, because as much as I like to consider myself an encyclopedic source of information for TV and film, I don't know everything. But the internet does. The internet holds all of the secrets, and so we will consult the internet when it is appropriate to do so. And the internet tells me that The Walking Dead has had 11 seasons. Now, I'm assuming that's including this upcoming final season. And I think what it is, I think they did the part 1 of the season, and now they're doing part 2. But anyway, the thing is finally over. Unfortunately, there will still be Walking Dead films, other spinoffs. I think Fear the Walking Dead's still going. I don't know if that Teeny Bopper one is still going, but there's another one that's supposed to be.
There was a Teeny Bopper one?
Oh, yeah. We covered the trailer for it, and it looked horrendous. I actually forget what it's called, but something The Walking Dead, as you could probably predict. There's an anthology one that's supposed to be coming out. I think maybe even next year. Maybe it's this year. Who knows? But yeah, all I can say is good riddance, to be honest. Like, it sucks that a show that is supremely my shit, in theory, has just been like this, like, I don't know, man. Like, I just feels like no one is able to muster any enthusiasm for the show at this point. Like, it's lost all of its audiences. Like, people were in the bag for a long time, longer than either of us. But even those people were just like, man, like, I'm done with this shit.
It's exhaustive. I mean, it's I don't know.
Anyway,
I wonder who's left from the original cast.
I Carol.
Like, is it?
I don't know. I actually don't know. Norman Reedus is still hanging around, probably.
This crossbow.
Yeah, good on you. You get them paychecks. You can't be mad at it. But man, I could not give more of a fuck. So that's airing on AMC February 20th.
We'll be watching it sounds like.
We'll finish up. We'll skip it. We'll give it a pass. But hey, if it's your thing, I hope it's a satisfying finale for you, at least.
Listener's Corner. Tell us about it.
Let us know. Also on AMC is the final season of a little other show that I haven't watched, but I do have, I have heard good things about this one. Better Call Saul, the Breaking Bad spinoff that, was another thing where it's just like, does anyone need this at this point? Apparently it's very good and has justified its existence. And, it's great that Bob Odenkirk, who I believe survived a heart attack quite recently when he was in the midst of filming this, I think was able to come back and finish up what he needed to finish up. And so now we have a final season of Better Call Saul that awaits. I put the date here on as August 2015. I don't think that's correct. I'm pretty sure that the final season is not going to air 6.5 years ago. So that might be August 20th. It could be August 15th. we'll see. But anyway, stay tuned. Better Call Saul is going to finish up.
Yeah.
It's going to be maybe one of those dates or maybe another date entirely.
Is it a final? Is season 6 the final
This
season?
is the last one. And it feels like...
How many seasons were Breaking Bad?
I think Breaking Bad was... it was 5 or 6. It was 5 or 6 for sure.
Yeah.
I think it did the same thing with like this last season was like half of a season or like a little bit more than half a season or something like that. And there was 2 halves to it. So I don't know if there was like a season 5, part 1, part 2, or season 5 and then season 6. I don't know exactly how they did it, but this is one that because it's finishing, I like there's certain shows that I don't mind watching and waiting year to year to watch. Like, you want to stay on top of things. But Better Call Saul has always been a back burner type of show for me. And now that it's like about to finish up, it's like, okay, all right, well, maybe this is the time to go in. Breaking Bad's an excellent show. This one gets good marks. So you got 6 seasons, probably 60 plus episodes or whatever, waiting in the wings. This might be the perfect time to go on something like Better Call Saul.
Is it prequel?
It is a prequel, yeah. I think exclusively prequel, like all pre-events of Breaking Bad, but I could be wrong. Maybe they jump around a little bit.
I gotcha.
No, actually, I think it does have some things that, at least with Saul's character, are post Breaking Bad, but I could be wrong. I haven't watched it. These are the things you would know if you watched it, so.
It's true.
So yeah, that's Better Call Saul. Over on FX, got a couple shows coming up this year. Atlanta returns for its 3rd season. I think this has been long overdue. I feel like this is one of those that's been like on air for a while, but only 2 seasons have come out. And I've only...
This one's supposed to be really good too,
right?
Yeah.
Well, I should probably say most of the things that I'm throwing on this list, because I'm the one compiling this list, I try to either include things that we're going to be interested in, or will hopefully be good, or something about it is maybe worth talking about. Like The Walking Dead. I probably wouldn't have included it if it was a random bullshit season, because who cares? But hey, it's over. All right, well, that's something to talk about. But Atlanta is one that I watched the first season of, and I haven't seen the second season yet, but I really want to go in and watch it. It's got Donald Glover, Lakeith Stanfield, and Brian Tyree Henry, who I feel like in the years since, I mean, maybe less so with Donald Glover, because Donald Glover's always kind of been, big, as Gambino and as an actor, I think, too.
Right.
I think those other two have really blown up in the years since. I mean, Lakeith Stanfield has been crushing it. Brian Tyree Henry's in fucking Marvel movies now. He's a goddamn Eternal or whatever. So it feels like, that cast is like really impressive. Plus, Zazie Beetz, who's Domino from Deadpool. So she's also, a superhero too. So, it's great. So March 24th, we'll bring a 3rd season of Atlanta. I do recommend at least the first season from what I've seen to listeners. It's kind of got a quirkiness and a weird offbeat sort of humor to it, but I definitely think it's your shit, and I think that it gets rave reviews, I think, all around. So clearly it's not just a limited...
We're digging into
appeal. Huh? Yeah, so... But also on FX is a show that I'm pretty sure we talked about roughly this time last year, and it never came out in 2021, but it's a little Jeff Bridges joint called The Old Man. So
get a real short snippet of this.
Yeah, I think there was like some sort of reel where they were like showing off like upcoming shows on FX. And this one may actually be coming to Hulu as well. I always get confused with the FX on Hulu, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't really understand how it works still. Like, we watch Devs on Hulu, and I'm like, but it's an FX show. And I'm like, I still don't know what happened. I'm glad I watched it, but I don't know what happened. But The Old Man's about a former intelligence officer living off the radar who finds himself targeted for assassination and is forced back into the world he left behind. And Jeff Bridges is the main character.
The Old Man.
Also stars John Lithgow, so that's pretty exciting. And fucking Jeff Bridges, man, like Jeff Bridges.
Awesome.
Jeff Bridges in a TV show where he's getting hunted and then he's gonna be a fucking badass. Like, come on,
I'll take it.
Come on,
why wouldn't I take it?
Say no more. All right, so moving on, last of the kind of network shows, and I guess technically this is probably on a streaming service too, because I feel like basically every channel now has their own streaming service, and it's usually just pay for cable, and you can also stream it if you so choose. It's, I believe, an anthology series. It's called The First Lady, and this is on Showtime. Yes, indeed, anthology drama series set to premiere on Showtime in 2022. Now, you could probably surmise a little bit of kind of what it is from the name of it, but I think each episode is taking a glance at various first ladies throughout American history. So, for instance, Viola Davis is playing Michelle Obama. Michelle Pfeiffer is playing Betty Ford, who's Gerald Ford's wife, just to close that loop. Gillian Anderson is playing Eleanor Roosevelt. And I mean, there's probably more. I see there's a Dick Cheney cast at some point, so that should be good. But it's a really quite good cast on the whole. Viola Davis, as I mentioned, Oteef Agbentley, Michelle Pfeiffer, Aaron Eckhart, Dakota Fanning, Gillian Anderson, Kiefer Sutherland, Judy Greer, amongst others. So sounds like it could be pretty interesting, if you're into that that sort of thing. But maybe we'll give it a look. Maybe when a trailer comes around, we'll talk about it more. But maybe we should just leave it at that. How's that?
It sounds like something that would be interesting.
Okay, all right. Well, if it's up your alley, then maybe it's something we'll check out. And this is maybe another thing I should mention. Of course, we're absolutely not going to cover all of this. I mean, the television side alone is crazy, and I feel like we rarely, if ever, do more than like 5 to 10 TV shows throughout an entire year. It's just a lot more investment of time that we find harder and harder to, invent and craft for ourselves to spend with these sorts of things. So it's got to be that something special or something that really appeals to us that makes us want to sink our teeth into it a little bit more. So what's going on at Apple TV Plus? I feel like I think I have access to Apple TV Plus thanks to Enrique, actually. So thank you for that. Unfortunately, I haven't really dove into a lot of their content thus far. Certainly not on the TV side. I mean, I feel like we talked about, Ted Lasso is one that is a huge blind spot for me, where everyone thinks it's amazing, and it's probably amazing. It probably is, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Foundation was one, we saw the trailer for that, oh my God, this is amazing. Didn't watch a second of it. You know what I mean?
I watched, I think, an episode or two of it.
All right, so you've given it a little bit more of a look than I have. That's good.
I wanted to watch that shit, the High Castle show, but it's space.
For All Mankind.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's another
alternate
one that's
historical movie.
Yeah, it gets great reviews. But you got to find the time for all this shit.
And
there's not enough time in the world.
Coming out here soon. I think I need to figure out how, because I think Enrique sent me an invite too, because I have since canceled.
I see. Okay.
But because I haven't been watching anything.
All right.
But next trailer we're going to talk about
sounds like something you might be interested in. All right, let's get into it. This premieres very soon. In fact, by the time this episode goes up, it'll probably have started. Little show called Severance, which stars the likes of Adam Scott. I think principally this feels like a mindfucky sort of show. The whole idea of compartmentalizing, quite literally, work life versus home life, and then kind of what that can do, and breaking down the barriers between that. So what is it about this trailer that spoke to you?
It looks like a blend of Devs and that one show we watched. I can't remember. It was a Netflix show, I think.
Okay.
I think it was a Cary Fukunaga.
Maniac?
Yes. Is that Cary Fukunaga?
Yes, it was.
No? Yeah?
Yep. You know your stuff. You have to be confident. You have to trust yourself. Sometimes you're wrong, and it's okay. But you have to be confident.
But be confident.
Confidence is the key. Because sometimes you're right, and then you just sound really smart.
But what was that? Maniac? Yeah. So it looks like a blend between those two.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Which is I enjoyed both of those. Also I never watched the show that the lead was a part of. I know you were a big fan of it.
Yes.
When they do the catering.
Party Down. Party Down is a fucking classic. That's something that they're reviving that, but I think that might be a 2023 thing. because I feel like I didn't see it listed anywhere for 2022 stuff. But Party Down is excellent. Adam Scott's also excellent in Parks and Rec, where he joined after Party Down was canceled. Well, I think he might have actually jumped ship before Party Down was officially canceled. But I think they knew it was a sinking ship, and they decided, all right, like most of the cast was just like, all right, we're going to join Glee, we're going to join Parks and Rec, I'm going to be on Masters of Sex or whatever. Like everyone was just like, we are extremely talented. We will do other things and be fine. And this show will just die a painful death. But it is what it is. No one watches it. What are we supposed to do? Not work? Come on. Yeah.
Yeah. No. So in the overall, there's a lot of good people in this. I don't have anything up in front of me. I've been timid to click since you've called out my keyboard.
Well, okay. It wasn't calling you out. It was calling myself out. I was.
But I'm guilty as well.
Well, the thing is, and here's the secret. If you want to type away. Just don't start talking while you're typing, because then we run into problems.
It's true. Yeah,
I can't separate the noise. So Adam Scott. John Turturro is in this. Patricia Arquette. Oh, and Christopher fucking Walken. Christopher, what I would like to sever my mind from a working life.
Rotten Tomatoes likes it too, apparently.
Oh, we're getting some reviews already? And this is,
100%.
Oh my goodness.
Directed by Ben Stiller.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I did see that and completely forgot about that. So, hey, good for you, Ben.
Hey.
Good for you, my dude. He directed the first 3 episodes, in fact, and the last 3. And there are 9 episodes, so he directed fully 2/3 of the show. So, hey, that's pretty fucking cool. Good on you. Good on you, Ben Stiller. Look at you go. Look at you go. No, I mean, this one looks pretty cool. I have a million shows that I am watching and want to watch, but this looks like it has everything that you'd want and like a 9-episode kind of package. That makes me almost even more interested to go in on it. So maybe it's something we go in on. Like I said, maybe it's a tough sell that we cover it because we've got a lot of stuff coming out and has come out that we might cover instead, but certainly it might be something that we tinker with and watch over a course of however long and have a little catching up kind of conversation on it potentially. So yeah. Any other thoughts on Severance? February 18th, and then I think it's maybe first 2, 3 all at once, and then a weekly dump from then. So maybe we will have time. Who's to say? Because it'll finish up next month, April, whatever. So
yeah, you gotta. I mean, I just can't do week to week anymore.
So you'd wait. You would wait anyway. Is what you're saying? Like whatever. I mean, no one's gonna be spoiling this fucking show on the Facebooks, week to week. So I can get away with waiting.
That's it.
All right. Well, what about the other Apple TV Plus show I put on this list? April 29th will bring the debut of Shining Girls. We got a teaser for this, which I think was a little more mysterious. But you've got Elizabeth Moss. She's certainly been putting in the work on television between Mad Men and Handmaid's Tale. So certainly a compelling lead. What are you thinking about this one? Is this attracting the same sort of interest?
I mean, it looks
like it's hard to gauge so far.
It is, it looks interesting as a movie. As a show,
right? Like 6 episodes, 8 episodes, 10 episodes. Is that going to feel like too long? Like what's the thrust?
Yeah, like how do you navigate that? Because you can only do. I don't know. We'll have to see. All right,
we'll play wait and see on that.
It does look cool. If it was a movie, I'd say that was a cool movie.
Yeah. You can get away with this sort of thing and think, all right, well, I can certainly spend 2 hours of my life and figure out what's going on and enjoy myself, I think. So, but 6 hours, 8 hours, I don't know. It's a lot of time.
Yeah,
it's a lot of time. All right.
Don't know.
Fair enough. I agree. Severance of those two is definitely the more promising for me, but certainly waiting to see more from Shining Girls, and maybe it's something that blows me away too. Maybe it surprises us at all. We'll see. Over on Starz, we got a little show. I feel like I've just described every show as a little show so far. That's my go-to segue so far. I'll stop doing that. Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see.
So demeaning. Hopefully none of these people listen to our show.
I don't know if there's any like subconscious thing where it's just like, we got a big one here. We got a little show
it's
over
Disney.
here called
all the Disney Plus. Let me show you about it. Let me tell all the shows were little except these.
Yeah, we just spent an hour talking about these things. I didn't actually care about them. Now we're at the real stuff. Now, one thing for Starz, since they're apparently done fucking destroying American gods, which is usually why it's on this list, Gaslit. Julia Roberts, Sean Penn, basically a Watergate-focused drama series about the Attorney General at the time and his wife basically being like, yeah, my husband's a bit of a shit. You know, I like the premise. I will say the teaser or the trailer, whatever it was, I was very distracted by Sean Penn. I don't know if you ended up watching this one.
Yeah, I did.
To be fair, at first I thought he was supposed to be Nixon. I'm just like, wow, they didn't even fucking try. But then I was just like, oh, he's not supposed to be Nixon. That's good. That's a very good thing because that's some Ridley Scott bullshit right there. I'll tell you. But I still found him distracting regardless. I don't know. It felt a little overwrought to me in terms of the production of it. But I do think that it could be a good story and like a good dramatic thing and like a good, like, good scenery chewing type of roles for both Sean Penn and Julia Roberts. But I don't know. I wasn't feeling this one a whole lot.
What's the episode count?
This has got to be a shorter one. Let's find out.
That's always the question, right? It's a question for Shining Girls too. Like, what's the episode count?
So Gaslit, let's see, does not have, as far as I can tell, and as far as I can tell, it's on Wikipedia. That doesn't have anything listed, but I think...
Give me 4, give me 5.
It's considered a limited series, so it's almost certainly going to be no more than 6, I feel like. Like 8 max, but like 6 feels like kind of the sweet spot for something like this. And I'll see if Shining Girls, excuse me, has an episode count listed. First 2, another 8 episodes for Shining Girls. So take that as you will. But yeah, any other thoughts on Gaslit? Starting on April 24th over on Starz.
No.
All right. Well, let's say sayonara to Starz and talk about a little show called... No, that one was intentional. I leaned into it that time. Let's move on to Paramount Plus. Talk about what could arguably be a pretty big show. I feel like it's certainly a property, a franchise that has been begging to be turned into the live action medium for a long, long time, and it just hasn't quite come to fruition until now. The Halo video game franchise is getting its own television series. So Halo is starting on March 24th exclusively on Paramount Plus. Now, there actually was, I think we had seen a teaser. I think we had talked about a teaser, and I think we've gotten an official trailer since then. So, did you happen to take a look at that?
I did.
Okay.
So we talked about the whatever was released before.
Yeah, right.
I think
it was like,
and then
it's like solid, but like, I wanted more. So we got a little bit more.
We got more. I was a little concerned about how people, how characters were being like. What's the angle here? What are we talking about these other people for? I don't really care.
Sure.
In this trailer or whatever, it looks like there's more cool shit than not cool shit, but it does look like you're gonna have to deal with
I think
you're gonna have to deal with just stupid shit you don't care about.
I think it's almost validated your initial concerns in a sort of way where it's just like, all right, there's a lot of non-Master Chief stuff going on here that I don't really give a fuck about.
If it's a 60-40 split,
you can make it through. You can deal with it.
I could do it. If it's a 40-60 split of cool shit and everything else that's not really Halo, I would be very upset. But the stuff that is there looks cool. The voice actors sound cool.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they've nailed like the translation of the design for the world, for the suits, Spartan suits and stuff like that. it just remains to be
animation
seen.
of him fighting the Covenant was cool.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Get some flood action.
We actually saw the Covenant this time, which I feel like was something that was missing last time, where like we didn't actually see the Covenant. They just talked about them a little bit. And so we saw the Covenant, and the Elite looks really good. You know, everything looks like, all the design looks faithful and not too silly. Like it looks like a pretty good, rendition
Cortana
of
looked
it.
cool.
Cortana looked a little silly, I thought. I don't know why she's just not like blue or purple.
She looked like the show with the computers when they get sucked into the computers.
Tron?
No, not sucked into the computers. And they put the VR shit on the one show where they fight the Gundam at the end.
Ready Player One?
Yeah. It looked like Ready Player One.
Intentionally video game-ish. Like
Yeah.
not intended to be fully lifelike, but like video gamey in a way that you're like, oh, that's weird and fake looking, but like up like by design. You know what I mean? It's intended to not be like completely lifelike. I got that impression. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good comparison. I just think her design feels like I guess I didn't need like a naked purple woman like running around on the screen or whatever. Maybe slightly blue.
It would have been cool for just a simple hologram.
Yeah,
but then again, it would be kind of at this point in like technology, you'd look at it and say, like, why do they not just have like a full-fledged AR person? Like, why are they just like a little blue hologram? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. She looks fine. I mean, I don't really care, to be honest. Like,
good voice acting though. She sounds good.
It's the same voice actor as the games. Like, that's probably the most important component, and they got that part down. I'm worried that it's not going to be a good show in a narrative sense, because it's going to be bogged down, like you're saying, kind of with the non-chief stuff.
For sure.
And I got enough vibes from the trailer where I'm just like, oh, this kind of feels a little fan filmy in some ways, and like in a bad way. You know what I mean? Like it something's not quite right here and there. But then there are the moments where just like, all right, they know what they're doing, So it's really going to be a question mark of like how those two sides of the show kind of come together. So I'm hoping that it works. I'm cautiously optimistic about it. I think Halo show could be very, very cool if done well, and so I hope that it's successful, and I hope that it lives up to the expectations for fans of this franchise, which has now spanned the entire life cycle of the entire Xbox franchise, if we really put it that way.
That's true. It is true.
From Microsoft entering the console market to being a dominant force with 360, and they're certainly holding their own these days, buying Bethesda and everything left and right.
Yeah, they're buying literally everybody. So
yeah. Meanwhile, Sony says, we're going to give you the original fuck you and buy Bungie from you. Not from you, just in general. They made Halo once upon a time. Anyway. Halo, March 24th. Also on Paramount Plus, we have The Offer, the making of the Godfather, starring Miles Teller. I think this is the one where he refused to get vaccinated, so he had to shut down the set or something like that for a while. So seems like a real thumbs up, grade A kind of guy. But maybe he's an okay actor, so he gets away with it. I don't know. Wait, is this are you a Godfather fan? Is this interesting to you? Is this the sort of thing you could go for?
Yeah, look like a cool movie.
Looks stylish, looks fun. I think this is limited. I think this is going to be 5-6 episodes, something like that. Like, I don't know how much you can stretch the premise, but it reminds me in some ways of
how many episodes are there?
Right.
No, you don't have to answer that, but it always goes to that.
We're gonna pose the question for every single one of these. If we're even slightly interested, it's just like, all right, well, the level of interest is going to shift based on like the time of investment required.
If you tell me The Offer is composed of 12 episodes,
now I will say there are certain shows that can sell me on the premise alone, and if you're like it's 20 episodes, just like, all right, I'll see what they do with it. You know what I mean? Like, I'll give it a go. And there's going to be other ones just like, I'm on the fence. 20 episods, like, man, I've spent so many hours with the CW that I just cannot do it to myself. And our keen-eared listeners will notice there's not a single mention of the CW on this entire episode.
There's not.
We're over it. I think. I think I didn't even think about it until literally just
new stages
now.
in life.
Once upon a time, I was gonna, boldly catch up on all of it, and I just got better shit to do, man. I got better shit to watch. I got probably literally anything else in my life that I could do that would probably be better served, with that time. It's part of growing old. Yeah. It's part of becoming an adult. You got to recognize when you have to
jump ship.
Yeah, exactly. And we're just like, you know what? I got to cut bait here. I got to do it. It hurts me a little bit, but not enough for me to actually care. So I'm going to do it right now. But maybe I'll watch Batwoman someday. No, I probably won't. Just kidding. Anyway, the offer is April 28th. I think it looks, it gives me some Mank-esque vibes, and I really liked Mank. So if they can kind of do that for a little bit more recent film with a limited series, then hey, cool. Excited to see what it is. And I'm throwing this out here on Paramount Plus just to because it feels like it's worth mentioning, and these are shows that I'm almost certainly also not going to watch because it's starting to get into CW territory, and not in the sense that these shows are bad, but just in the sense that there are just so goddamn many of them that there's just no way
episode count
to keep on top of all these unless you are a very, very devoted Star Trek fan, a Trekkie, if you will. So,
live long and prosper.
Discover is coming back for, I believe, a fourth season. Maybe it's a fourth season. Picard's back for a second season. We're getting a whole brand new show called Star Trek Strange New Worlds, which is going to be about the crew of the Enterprise before old Kirk came along, before James Tiberius Kirk came along. So it's going to be focusing on... blanking on the captain's name already, but Captain Pike. Captain Pike, does that sound right to anyone? Captain Pike. It'll have Spock on it as well, and a few other characters as well. Pike was in Discovery, I think, played by Anson Mount, who you would recognize as Blackagar Boltagon from the Marvels and Humans show that we covered once upon a time very early on in this podcast.
Oh, yeah, right. I immediately recognized that person.
He's the one that he opened his mouth and he blew up his parents in a room.
Him,
well, actually, to be fair, I think he was a kid in that point, so it wasn't actually him. He was the one that was getting beaten up in Hawaii a lot by police. He just can't open his mouth.
He walked around with a scowl everywhere?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
I do remember that.
Yep, that's the one. He's apparently pretty good in it. And, probably anyone that got stuck in that horrible fucking show is probably better elsewhere. I think that probably goes without saying. Andrew's continuing to do his Black Bolt, is a scowl to perfection. One might even think that he was in Marvels and Humans once upon a time.
Fucking guy.
So anyway,
I'm gonna say no on Black Bolt.
No on Black Bolt. Probably no on Star Trek in general. It's not even that it's not our thing. Again, it's like all the CW stuff is like totally my thing. Like I fucking love DC stuff. Like, the production values, like they just keep stripping the budget away more and more every year. But like, it's the same thing with Walking Dead. Like genre-wise, absolutely something that I would fucking love. And honestly, these Star Trek shows probably have pretty good production values. Like they probably are pretty good. But like, man, like to even start there, I'd want to like watch all the other Star Trek, and it's like, fuck me, like I'm spending 3 years of my life watching nothing but Star Trek, and I'm like, where does that get me?
Too much.
Like, is that enriching? I mean, maybe it is, but then I'm single. The wedding gets called off because we keep watching too much Star Trek. Like at what cost? At what cost is what I say. Andrew too. We're fucking two single dudes. I moved down to Florida, man. I'm losing my goddamn mind.
I got an extra room. Post up and watch Star Trek.
It's just not worth it. Anyway, if you like Star Trek, I'm not intending to make fun of any Star Trek fans because honestly, if this is Star Trek's really fucking cool. If you like Star Trek and you watch Star Trek and you can keep on top of these things and maintain personal boundaries and relationships, more power to you, because I think that there's some really cool stuff here, like fucking Patrick Stewart coming back as Picard is really badass, and maybe Blackagar Boltagon playing Captain Pike is cool for you. I mean, it's kind of a cool thing from a story standpoint, as far as I'm concerned, but not cool enough for me to invest so much to my life into it. So anyway, Paramount Plus, that's what they have on tap, at least for the early parts of the year. I'm sure there will be more throughout. You can always watch Yellowstone on there. I think the prequel series is going on there too. And maybe a few other things. Let's move on to Peacock. And boy, I mean, Peacock is just... I just have to wonder why this thing fucking exists. The more I look at it. So we got
both
two
of them.
We got two that I can safely say I'll be skipping, but I threw them on there because I think that they're at least interesting from a pop culture standpoint. So February 13th, aka in the past, I guess it's already started. I feel like people are just like, why does this exist? I mean, this is like the prime example of, oh my God, why are we here? Bel Air, the serious, dramatic take on Fresh Prince, which I think is produced by Will Smith, but I mean, like, just why? Like, let's take all the fun out of a show and redo it. Like, who is this for?
Yeah.
Who is this for?
Edgy.
Like, really?
It's edgy.
Like, are kids going to like this? I mean, not like literal kids, but like teenagers. Are teenagers going to go for this sort of thing? Or like, I feel like diehard Fresh Prince fans are not going to be like salivating for this sort of thing. Because it's just like, well, it's not the same. It's not funny. It also doesn't have Will Smith. Like, like it's one of those things like, you're missing the key elements that actually made that show successful and memorable, and so it's like, well, what are you left with? Maybe it's for someone. Maybe it is totally for someone, but I just am not seeing it, and it just feels like this is just like a show that like it feels like it appeals to no one. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you disagree. I don't know. I just don't know who this is for.
Call it anything other than the Fresh Prince, right? Or Bel Air.
Do something,
It's a different. I mean, it's not a different. It's a different show.
Like, great, you didn't literally just straight remake Fresh Prince. I guess that's to be commended, because that would have been probably even worse.
Just don't call it Fresh Prince. You want to make an edgy show about a guy that leaves Jersey and goes to California to...
Yeah.
Then do it. But don't do it under the banner of Fresh Prince of Bel Air.
Yeah.
It's completely devoid of... It's devoid of the characters. It's devoid of the whole thing. Look, Uncle Phil. Uncle Phil's a dude that does hip-hop dances. Uncle Phil doesn't do hip-hop dances. He doesn't do clap steps or whatever that's called. Yeah. I don't know. Can't help but feel like this one's a misfire in a big way. But all is not lost. We also have Joe versus Carol on March 3rd to look forward to. Because 2 seasons of Tiger King wasn't enough. We have to now have the dramatized version of it, which... It's amazing.
I mean, I honestly don't know. I mean, it's kind of the same sort of vibe, so it's like fine, but like, I don't know if this is intended to be comedic or like, I'm just saying, like, putting Kate McKinnon as Carol Baskin just makes it feel like an SNL sketch right off the bat. You know what I mean? So it's kind of...
Who's playing Joe? I couldn't put my finger on it.
It's John Cameron Mitchell, who is not really a super recognizable name, to be honest. I actually hadn't seen this man in anything in a long time. He did a film called Hedwig and the Angry Inch a long time ago, maybe 2001. He directed that, and he was in it, I think, as the main character. And like, it was a weird kind of out there film, but I don't know. I'm sure he's done other stuff since then. You recognize him from something, you think? I
recognize him from somewhere. I'm doing a quick.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he's done some stuff, not a lot recently, actually. I mean, basically 2001 to 2006, he has no roles. He has one role, Hedwig, in that movie, Hedwig and the Angry Inch, 2001, and then basically Girls, 2013. TV show Girls on HBO is when he comes back and does 5 episodes. He's on Vinyl, Mozart in the Jungle. Like, I mean, it's kind of a big role for someone of his stature, which is someone who's more known for like off-screen stuff, like directorial stuff, writing. He's not a huge actor, so it's kind of interesting. It's an interesting casting, I think, actually. But I also just don't care. I mean, quite honestly, I just don't care. I didn't watch Tiger King. I didn't get sucked into the early 2020 pandemic moment, the hoopla, at the time when Tiger King was all the rage. But
yeah,
it was inevitable. I will say at least this was inevitable. Fresh Prince didn't need a dramatic reboot, but I understand why you're going to take a documentary that was went viral and you're going to make a movie out of it. You're going to make a TV show out of it. Like, I understand why you're doing all this.
And good for Carol Baskin. Surely she's getting paid royalties and shit, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this will help with Joe's legal expenses. I don't know how that works. I don't know if they're just like, we'll just do it and figure it out later. But yeah, I don't know exactly what the I do wonder. Yeah, are they paying for the rights to these sorts of things? I don't know. It's a good question, but anyway, I shan't be watching this. So moving on to Hulu, a couple shows here. I want to say somewhat similar vibes, not exactly, but just shows I'm just like, this could be fun. This could be interesting. I don't know if I'll watch it, but it could be interesting. So Pam and Tommy has started February 2nd, detailing the private lives of Pamela, and Tommy Lee, who had a very adventurous point in their lives when they got married after knowing each other for a few days. Put together a sex tape, which was then being stolen and reproduced and put on the internets for all to see. It's Lily James and Sebastian Stan playing the two of them. This one has very good makeup work on Lily James. They did a really good job of transforming her into Pam, I thought. Sebastian Stan is mostly himself with tattoos and like piercings and stuff. Still pretty good. It's probably an interesting kind of thing. It's probably, a good sort of sideshow, entertaining enough for whatever it is, 6-8 episodes. Is it going to win any awards? Probably not. But, the debauchery and, and partying and up kind of thing could be. I could see how this could be a fun watch, if you're in the mood for something like it. So, anything for you?
No, not really. I don't think I'll watch it.
All right. I think it's got an okay review. I mean, pretty good reviews, I think, for what it is. I think I'll say that.
They did do incredible makeup work and stuff. So, I mean,
yeah. Take
worth
notes,
recognizing.
Ridley. Take notes, Ridley. Okay. You can actually turn because Lily James, I think she doesn't look anything like Pamela Anderson. I guess we'll say that,
right?
But I think it's actually pretty convincing. It's not a perfect, recreation, but for someone who I think doesn't really look a lot like Pamela Anderson, other than I guess she's blonde. You know what I mean? I think they did a pretty bang up job with it. So good stuff all around. But probably still won't watch it. But hey, for those out there, for those listening, it's out there and maybe it's up your alley, and that's just fine. The Dropout is coming on March 3rd. This is an interesting one. Amanda Seyfried is playing, I think her name is Elizabeth Holmes. She's like the CEO, founder of Theranos, who's this fucking company that like swindled a lot of people out of money because they're coming up with this bullshit blood testing thing. And like, the story with this was like this woman is just like, she has these like this, like her fucking, she doesn't even look like a person, man. Like, just like, she's like staring into your soul, soul sucking kind of like eyes, like
soul sucking.
I mean, just like which is fitting, I think, for what, basically the real life storyline of it is. And I think it's actually really interesting. It's the sort of thing that like would make for an interesting TV show, would make for an interesting film. And hopefully, obviously, it's going to be doing exactly that here. You hope that this is turning into an interesting TV show with kind of its depiction of the storyline. So how about this one? Is Hulu selling you with The Dropout more than they are with Pam and Tommy?
Yes. I think it could be interesting. What's the episode count? No, I mean, it's cool that it's, it's based off a real thing. Apparently I don't know anything about it. But Yeah, I don't know. It looks interesting. Might be worth a shot.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to take a leap of faith. But the good news is, and I can tell you this, it's a miniseries, so
yes,
7 episodes.
Episodes. Could be doable.
And
I haven't watched a business drama thing. I don't think I've ever really watched a business drama kind of thing.
Maybe a different vibe than the usual thing. Maybe that's refreshing. Yeah. All right, I think it's time to move on into the heavy hitters, perhaps, of the television landscape. Starting with HBO Max, we've got quite the lineup ahead of us for HBO, and I think the listeners will notice as we move into these ones. The lists are a little bit more extensive, right? There's a few more things here that are certainly of interest for us, so let's start with something that I think is probably not necessarily anything that we would watch, but it's a big show airing currently on HBO. Euphoria has its 2nd season currently going. Have you heard anything about this show?
So curious enough, I started the show yesterday.
Oh, okay. All right. I assume you hadn't, season 1 then, right?
Season 1. Sarah's coworkers are heavy in this movie or the show.
Anna's very into it as well, so that's how I hear about it. And I walk in and random scenes, and I'm just like, "What the fuck is even happening here?"
Are you watching a porn? Like it's very explicit.
Yeah,
But I will tell you, the first we watched 2 episodes. We watched the pilot. The pilot episode was like aces.
Okay.
Like it just because I thought the same thing. I was like, what are we watching?
What are we doing here?
Yeah, exactly. Because I wanted to watch what is it, Mayors of Easttown?
Yeah, it's another one.
Anyways, I'm
worth watching.
My show's on deck, so we'll watch that next. But anyway, so we started watching this because our coworkers are in the middle of season 2, and they get together every Wednesday night at one of the girls' houses and watch it. So anyway, Sarah wanted to get on board, and I watch everything. I don't care. So started it, and the pilot did a very effective job of setting the hooks, and Zendaya in it is just flawless. Like, she is excellent in it. So far I am I think 2 or 3 episodes in, and it's pretty excellent. I like it.
Nice. And I think to address the thing that we've hit on this episode quite frequently so far, I think the episode counts are pretty short for maybe 8-10 for that first season. I think there were like 2 or 3 specials that aired, I think, like as the pandemic was happening. I think filming was delayed for the 2nd season, but I assume the 2nd season is also 8-10, something like that. So you should be able to burn through it pretty quickly.
My kind of show.
And it sounds like you're enjoying it. So that'll certainly help get you through it even faster. So, all right. Well, I think that's a good, nice little solid recommendation of Euphoria. Then I hesitated to include it, but sounds like it was the right call. Well, how about Peacemaker? This is a show that pretty much just wrapped up, actually. Started back in January on HBO Max. I believe it ran for 8 episodes. Heavy involvement from James Gunn. I think he wrote the show. I'm not sure if he actually directed any of it. He may have not. I'm not sure. I haven't seen any of it, but this is one that also more news recently was just renewed for a 2nd season. So it's getting rave reviews. I feel like it seems like it ended in a pretty satisfactory way for people. And you liked the Suicide Squad, and you liked John Cena as Peacemaker in the Suicide Squad. So it kind of feels like this is maybe another one that could be on deck for us. What do you think?
At
some point,
yes.
maybe not imminently.
Yeah,
but...
some point.
Okay,
exactly. I haven't seen it. I did enjoy Suicide Squad. It looked funny enough. It looked campy enough. Like, it looked like something that could be. It's definitely a self-aware show, which, if done right, those could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I think the only reason that I haven't hopped on board yet is because I didn't really need a Peacemaker TV show. As we talked about, I'm sure on the Suicide Squad episode that we did, like, I enjoyed the character well enough. I thought he had a good role in that movie, but I'm like, I don't need more of him. Like, I think I got plenty. But this one, I don't. Really, this is one where I think the response to it has me convinced to maybe give it a go sooner than I probably would have otherwise. And now that it's wrapped up, there's no week to week waiting or anything like that. So yeah,
makes it a little easier. Right?
Definitely. So Peacemaker's another one on HBO Max that seems to be making some waves in 2022. Now moving into things that we have not had any episodes from yet. Looking to the future a little bit more so. We did actually just get a brand new trailer for this next one. It's called Our Flag Means Death, and it is a comedic pirates show with Taika Waititi in it, playing fucking Blackbeard. So I feel like that's a pretty good premise right there. It's also got Rhys Darby in it. We can't forget about him. He appears to be playing the lead. Yeah, what'd you think about this one?
The gentleman pirate, if you will.
Yes.
I think it looks like it could be pretty fun. I haven't watched there's. I feel like I am not up to date with the New Zealand show humor.
Yeah, the Kiwi humor. It's I think we probably watched Flight of the Conchords way back, and it's now been over a decade since that show had its couple season run. I feel like What We Do in the Shadows over at FX gets just fantastic reviews, and it seems to be a similar style of humor. Right. And this one seems to be carrying that, except it's pirates and not vampires or struggling musicians, or so
still equally awesome though.
But yeah,
sure.
but the same certainly style of humor, which we have in the past found very funny. So it feels like it should be pretty good. I don't think, for me, this wasn't a trailer that had me, rolling on the floor laughing or anything like that.
Definitely
but I
not.
like everyone involved, and I like the premise. I like the setting. So it kind of just feels like, okay. I mean, I feel like once you invest the time into the show, like hopefully it's pretty funny. You know what I mean? Maybe it's not as easy to capture in a 2-minute cross section with the trailer. And that's not to say that the trailer was bad by any stretch of the imagination. It just wasn't. I don't know. Didn't blow my socks off, I guess I'll say. But again, right. I like everything I'm seeing. So there's it would suck if this was not good. You know what I mean? Because it feels like the pieces are certainly there to be put together. So March 3rd is when we're getting the premiere of it. I think this will be a weekly drop type thing. So this is one that, I don't know, probably half-hour episodes if I had to guess. Probably another short season count or episode count rather for the season. So it feels like this could be an easy one to burn through at some point, whether it's, watching it week to week or waiting for it to have a few episodes up on the service already. So, yeah, I'm curious to give this a look. I would plan to, I probably say that every year, like there's a bunch of shows that I plan to watch and then I inevitably don't watch them. And then I watch some other random thing like The Fucking Undoing, and then we get to the year in review part of the year and you're like, what am I doing with my life? But yeah, I do want to watch this, I guess is what I'm saying. So I'll give it a yay. I think we did yay. We did yay or nay for I think one show, and then we stopped doing it basically. So I'll give that one a yay. So yeah, all right. Any other thoughts on Our Flag Means Death?
I have no other thoughts.
You have no other thoughts. Right. All right. March 6th, just a few days later, we'll get Winning Time: The Rise of the Lakers Dynasty, a sort of period piece about, well, you could probably surmise it from the title, the rise of the Lakers dynasty, the Los Angeles Lakers basketball team, National Basketball Association team, for those that haven't put it together yet. It's got John C. Reilly in it. It's shot, it appears to be shot in film, maybe it seems to be like an extra layer of grain that's been applied on top of it, I would guess, to kind of give it an authentic 70s filmic kind of look, which is kind of unique. I don't know if it's going to be weird, with like modern actors in it. Like, is it going to feel like fake old-timey sort of thing? But It seems like the production values are doing a good job of capturing kind of a retro aesthetic. So I don't know. I'm not a huge basketball person. I'd probably say I'm a bigger basketball person than you are. Maybe I'm wrong in saying that.
No, for sure.
Not really your thing as far as I'm aware, but I
know nothing.
But it seems like it could be an interesting sports drama type thing for for those who are interested in that, or even, sometimes sports things can work even, putting aside the confines of, well, if you're a basketball fan, you'll like it. Like, you don't have to like basketball to like certain things. Like, you don't have to like, I don't know, football to like Friday Night Lights. It's more about the human drama than it is about the actual football. So maybe that's the case here, and maybe there's, more to it. And maybe if you really like basketball, then it has that extra little layer there. So I don't know. I guess I'll just ask you, do you think that you will also be checking this one out, or is it?
I do. It looks like it's got a lot of Magic Johnson stuff.
That's true. Yeah.
And it looked interesting just based off of that,
Right. Not so much for the basketball, more for the everything else maybe that goes with it.
The characters, yeah. And it looks like a good character piece, so I could definitely be in on this.
Yeah, and I think Adam McKay is involved in this in some capacity. A producer or writer, I'm not sure exactly, but I'm sure the internet knows, and I could look it up, but I'm not going to. But I know he's involved in some way because his name was in the trailer. I can tell you that for sure. So yeah, this is probably more of a back burner type show for me, but, assuming good reviews and some free time, sure. Well, maybe give it a look at some point.
Why not?
Now, the next show, though, is one I definitely need to set time aside for. Fucking Barry is coming back for a third season, April 24th. It's been a long time since fucking Barry has been on air.
I don't think I watched...
I didn't watch the second season.
Either have I.
I watched the first season, and it was fucking amazing, and I did not watch the second season, and I feel like, all right, now that the third season's upon us in just a couple months' time, we got to watch Barry season 2. We got to watch Barry season 2 and then watch Barry season 3. I think anyway.
Yes. No, for sure. That'd be good. A full run of Barry sounds like a fun episode this year.
Yeah, I mean, man, that first season was just so good. Mm-hmm. And then it's not one that we covered for the podcast.
We never covered Barry?
Not as an episode. I mean, we probably talked about it, as we were watching it.
I feel like it's been a while, too. How long ago was that?
It was a long time ago. I mean, I want to say it came out maybe 2018, the first season. I mean, It was a long-ass time, and I think the third season has been, like, ready to premiere for I don't even know. Yeah, 2018. 2018. March 2018 is when that first season started. Like, that's almost 4 years ago. Like, that's a long fucking time. And then the second season aired March 2019. So it's been a really, really long time since this show has even been on air. It's been almost, it will have been 3 years, between seasons 2 and 3. And I think a lot of that was pandemic-induced production delays, but still, that feels absurd. Maybe it's just the fact that Bill Hader's a very talented guy who's super busy and doing other shit, and you kind of need him to film the show. But yeah, I don't really know what. Like I said, I assume it's all mostly pandemic related, but still, that's a hell of a gap between seasons right there. So
for sure,
yeah. I mean, yeah, it's been so long. Shit, you might as well just watch the first season again. I mean, I kind of remember, I think mostly what happened with it, but man, it's longer than I think I even like realized now that I'm thinking about it. But I do know it was good shit. It was memorable enough that watching it 4 years ago, it's still stuck in my brain. So
it was very, very good.
So I'm excited for more Barry. I'm definite yay for me. April 24th for season 3 of Barry.
The corner.
Yeah, right around the corner. So technically, I actually have 3 shows listed on the script for what we have left to cover for HBO Max. I'll actually jump to the last one because we're now receiving word that it will not be a 2022 show, so it's a bit of a bummer. I thought The Last of Us would make a late 2022 premiere, but HBO's, I'm not even sure, some sort of executive basically said, no, we're not expecting it to release until next year. So we won't be getting The Last of Us with Pedro Pascal and Bella Ramsey and
that's lame.
Whoever. It's still shooting, it seems like, so I'm sure that's part of it, but and I would imagine, I guess, with the clickers and there's probably a lot. It's probably a lot of effects work that needs to be done to kind of get it, to the HBO level of production values that they're going to want from it. So I suppose I understand. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a spring 2023 type thing, but not a 2022 thing, unfortunately.
It's the way that cookie crumbles.
Yes, it is. But we have 2 more things to look forward to. One, I think, is probably the more exciting for us, but certainly the other one is an interesting project nonetheless. So we'll start with I'll call it quote-unquote interesting. House of the Dragon, the Game of Thrones spinoff, centering on the Targaryen dynasty a couple hundred years before the events of Game of Thrones, the series, featuring some really bad looking wigs, but maybe it's so detached that it can stand on its own and be good. Maybe if you can put aside your personal feelings about how fucked the ending of Game of Thrones was and think, I'm treating this as a separate thing. I'm not going to let my previous biases, filter into my brain as I'm watching this. I'm just going to enjoy it for what it is, and maybe it will satisfy me in that regard. I don't know. It's going to be hard to do. I don't know if it's possible to do that, but
who are the showrunners on this one?
It's not those two fucks that ruined Game of Thrones. That they have nothing to do with this, so that's encouraging. Obviously, I actually don't. You know what? Let's look this one up. Let's use the internet for this one and find out who is in charge, because I feel like it's someone that's not offensive or like off-putting in some sort of way. Like, it feels like, all right, if it weren't for obviously the stigma now attached to Game of Thrones, which really sucks because it was such a good series for such a long time, that like this would be really, really fucking exciting. All right, well, old Georgie is involved. George R. R. Martin, of course, is involved, and the producer is Ryan Condal, who, looking at this, worked on a TV show named Colony, which had Josh Holloway, that was on USA. I feel like that one was like solid enough from what I understand. Here we go. He wrote, perfect. He wrote the screenplay for, wait for it, George.
No.
Rampage. So he wrote the screenplay he co-wrote the screenplay with 3 other people, apparently, because a Rampage film needed 4 fucking screenwriters.
Jesus
my dudes,
Christ.
it's just about animals that turn big and smash shit. My dudes, that's all it's about. That's all you need to do. There's really little explanation needed.
George.
So
it's almost as bad as Wrinkle in Time. The fuck was his name? The little shit?
Oh, God. Oh, man.
Charles? Was it Charles?
Charles. That sounds... It was a first and last name, was it not?
Yes.
Charles Foster? We're going to look this one up, too. Charles Wallace. Charles Wallace. Charles Wallace. That's what it was.
Charles Wallace.
Charles Wallace.
Jesus Christ.
Indeed.
Unbearable.
Indeed. So hopefully House of the Dragon's at least better than Wrinkle in Time.
And Rampage.
And the conclusion to Game of Thrones. So hopefully it's an improvement on all 3 of those things that we've now mentioned. I'm not excited. I might, it's a curiosity for me. Like, I can't muster the enthusiasm for it, but I'm willing to accept that maybe in different hands, a Game of Thrones property, which is good to begin with, the books are still good, maybe that can be translated into good, material. Like, it's totally possible. It's just...
Can it be done?
I don't want it. I don't need it, So that's where I'm at with it. But we'll wait and see on that one. How's that?
That sounds... Yeah.
All right.
I don't know.
All right. Well, I know we are looking forward to the season 4, the 4th season of Westworld. It's a show that I think we've followed since the beginning and I've enjoyed despite its kind of changes and story and setting and scope. I think season 3 was a pretty radical departure from seasons 1 and 2. Maybe not as successful overall, but still pretty fucking enjoyable and something that kept you engaged throughout. And so my hope is that season 4 is certainly more of the same from that standpoint. It's Westworld, it's good, enjoyable sci-fi type stuff. So I'm excited to see what they do with the 4th season. They showed
all
us
day long
5 seconds of Jesse Pinkman, looking bewildered and Tandy's walking around in some sort of setting. So, Tandiwe, I'm sorry. That's actually her correct name. Hollywood got it wrong for like fucking 2 decades. Totally bizarre.
Wow.
Anyway, yeah. So I don't really know that there's a whole lot to add on Westworld other than it's fucking Westworld. Like you're either in or you're out at this point. Is kind of how I feel about it. And if you haven't watched any of it, like go watch that first season. It may unfortunately be the best single season of Westworld, but I feel like even though maybe the quality has dipped, it has not been in a significant fashion. It's been different,
right?
So yeah, Westworld's good shit, man. That's a great. Anytime Westworld rolls back around on HBO, maybe you're in for a good year as far as HBO is concerned, anyway. So yeah. All right, I think that concludes it for the HBO Max section of looking ahead for 2022. Any other thoughts on anything we talked about?
I've got nothing.
All right, let's continue on to Amazon Prime Video. Not quite as many here, but certainly some good ones. We'll start with one that just started a couple weeks ago called Reacher. It's a different adaptation of the Jack Reacher book series without Tom Cruise this time. No Tom Cruise involved. It's got Alan Ritchson playing Jack Reacher, who's apparently a much more book-accurate rendition, where he's a large, imposing man.
He is a large, imposing
unlike
man.
Tom Cruise, who is not a large, imposing man, shall we say. But he's a great actor. But he cannot act as a large, imposing man. He just doesn't have the chops for that sort of role. Yeah, this one's been out. It's been getting pretty good reviews, actually. I didn't think the trailer looked great. I thought it kind of felt a little silly and not great, but apparently it's fun enough. So, it's not something that I'm probably going to dive into real quickly, but certainly it seems like it's been successful for kind of what they were going for as a new adaptation of the books and whatnot. So sounds like you're not feeling the trailer as well from your brief response.
So a new coworker at work has watched this with her husband.
Okay.
And they said it was okay.
Yeah. Not exactly a rousing recommendation.
Yeah, no. Maybe if there was nothing to watch, maybe, but in 2022, there's a shit ton of things to watch.
Not only are there all the new shows that we're talking about, but there are the million other shows that continue to exist that, from 2021, 2020, 2019, etc., so yeah.
And it really just takes a lot today,
It does. It totally does. Yeah. Yeah. You gotta, you gotta choose wisely. Otherwise you regret it. You thought, oh fuck, I spent 10 hours with that. God damn it.
When I could have spent 10 hours with something else. Because
you
it's
don't
no
want to
longer
find yourself in that position.
Right. It's not like we're talking just cable network television anymore where there's 3 channels that have shows on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got some primo shit, and you gotta like really pick and choose because all of it's probably good, but it's just not enough time to watch all of it. So yeah.
Mediocrity doesn't
cut it.
It doesn't cut it anymore. No.
Nope. That's why I chopped out the CW, as I said. So all right, well, let's move on to the next 2 shows, actually, in sequence for things we have release dates for from Amazon Prime Video, relate to each other. The first one's, it's a weird thing. The Boys presents Diabolical. March 4th. It's a little animated spinoff, I guess, to The Boys. It appears to be maybe Star Wars Visions-esque with like 8 different stories from, I believe, different animation studios, all set within the universe of The Boys. It looks, I don't know. I mean, this one, the teaser came out and was like really like restaurant centric, and I was just like, what the fuck is this? And then there was another trailer that I felt like gave a better indication of what it's like, and I felt like I was more engaged with that one. Would you agree?
Yeah, for sure. The second trailer looked very compelling. I thought the first trailer was almost like felt
like a fake ad or something. Maybe I don't even know.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was I didn't know
like viral marketing type thing.
Yeah, I didn't know Diabolical was the name of a new show. I thought Diabolical was the name of the restaurant or whatever, and so I thought that maybe this was like, remember how they had like the Voight news?
Yeah, exactly.
News
it felt like something like some sort of in-universe promo or something.
Exactly. So I totally wrote off the first thing, but
but the new thing, the new trailer,
the new thing's got a couple of different animation styles, and it looks looks pretty compelling. I think I'll definitely watch it. Especially you put The Boys and then you put Invincible in like the same thing.
Right. The hooks are set right there. Say no more. I'm in. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think, certain episodes are going to hit more than others. I think just due to the nature of this sort of thing. It was true of What If. It was true of Star Wars Visions. But I like the Boys universe. I don't know that I'm necessarily primed for 900 Boys shows in the way that like The Walking Dead, another one that we talked about, obviously has now gone on to. But we're early enough into it that like, fine. I can live with this as a one-off type thing, and maybe it's fun. Maybe it's an Animatrix type thing or something. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, March 4th, I'll give it a look. I assume these will be short, breezy episodes. And so, for something that you can probably hopefully binge in a couple hours, 3 hours, if that, like that might be fine. Doesn't overstay its welcome, but gives you a little dash of fun for a little while. So sure. Boys presents Diabolical March 4th, which will be followed by The Boys Season 3 proper on June 3rd, which I'm definitely much more excited for. We still don't have a full trailer or anything like that for this one. I'm sure it'll be coming relatively soon. But it doesn't need a trailer. I don't need a trailer for it. I know that I'm in. I know that this is one that we'll both watch. Like The Boys this is one of the most premier TV shows for me.
Yes.
Just in general. I'm just so fully engaged with it that when this shit rolls around, there's no question in my mind that I will be watching it. It's just,
Day one.
It's just one of those shows. A lot of like the Disney Plus, like Marvel stuff, the Star Wars stuff, like it's kind of the same bag. This one's up there with those for me of just like, I don't miss this. Like I put this on my schedule every week. It comes, Boys comes out on a Wednesday, like, well, fucking watching it Wednesday, and maybe I'm busy Wednesday, then I'll watch it Thursday. It's like it's just something I watch. So yeah, I'm stoked for The Boys Season 3. I don't really even need to say more about it other than, hey, it's coming. We have a release date. Great. I'm excited because I think we didn't have any of The Boys last year, so it's been too long.
We didn't. It's been a little bit, hasn't it?
It's been too long. It hasn't been very long, but it's been too long. So yeah.
Yeah.
Now, maybe the most expensive show of all time is set to debut on Amazon Prime Video on September 2nd. It's The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, and we finally got a teaser trailer for it. So we see where all that money's going.
Right.
What did you think? Are you excited? I mean, I feel like this is a show we'd probably be watching anyway because it's fucking Lord of the Rings and millions of dollars are getting pumped into it. So let's see what it's all about. But based on what you saw, do you feel excited for it? More excited for it?
I do.
Okay.
I feel excited. More excited than what?
Well, than you were just based on the general concept of a Lord of the Rings TV show, maybe. Like, is there something in the footage that specifically makes you excited? Or is it just like, yeah, looks like what I expected it to be, so I'm happy to give it a look. Like kind of where you at with it.
That's it. It looks like expensive fantasy.
Right. Which is just kind of your shit. Our shit, really, collectively. And it's Lord of the Rings.
I'm happy that it looks expensive.
It's got elves in it. It's got dwarves in it. It's got humans in it. And bow and arrows and swords and rings.
I watched all these trailers a couple days ago. But this is the one with the elf in the shooting the bow and arrow, right? He grabs the arrow out of the air and shoots it.
That seems right. Seems right in my head.
Okay. Yeah. Shit looks cool. I'm all in. Give me some cool shit. I'm not hard to please on that.
Yeah. It's fucking Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, exactly.
Just do Lord of the Rings, man. I would say it's not difficult, but see The Hobbit, I suppose, as a counterexample. But yeah, I'm very excited to see what they do with this. If nothing else, I expect, a visually stunning show, and I hope that it's supported by a narrative that is one that matches that. But I do think that this is one that can get by on its visuals and its IP, but obviously we want more out of it, and certainly it should be primed to have a lot of material that can drive a compelling narrative. It's not so attached to the books, the events of the books, the events of the movie trilogy. It's thousands of years before. Tell your own story based on obviously whatever materials you're working from. And it should be cool, just do it right. And you've got a fucking solid winner on your hands. They've spent enough money on it. Don't let it go to waste, is how I feel about it. So,
right.
So yeah. the last one for Prime Video, we don't have a release date for this. It's the TV series adaptation of A League of Their Own, which I think was announced a while ago. I think they cast it, and I assume it's probably been filming, but we really don't have a whole lot of other details other than the obvious kind of thing of like what A League of Their Own is. It's about a women's baseball league, and it's a great fucking film. It's a great fucking performance from everyone. Gina Davis, Tom Hanks. It's good stuff. I'm excited to see like I think a new rendition of it could be fun. It's not going to replace the original. It's not going to be a carbon copy of the original, hopefully. But sure, yeah, I think it could totally work. So as a baseball fan, and as a fan of that film, I'm excited to see how this one comes along.
I enjoyed the film as well. It's a good baseball film. It's a good historically important film to watch. I think it's not just like a good movie or anything else. Like it's like quintessential American filmmaking. Like it's really good movie.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, well, I don't think we need to dwell on that one. If we get a trailer for that, certainly we can further the conversation there. I think that'll be the place to do it. So let us continue on. We got 2 more streaming services as far as television is concerned, and then we'll dive into the films on tap for 2022. So we got a pretty loaded schedule for Netflix. That's the next one up in the order. Netflix, January 14th brought us Archive 81. I believe this is something you started at one point. I'm not sure if you continued watching.
I did. I finished it.
You finished it. All right. Would you say that it's good? You don't have to give us the full details.
Oh yeah.
But did you enjoy your time with it?
Yeah.
All right.
For sure.
Okay. Because what's the genre for this one? The mystery, thriller?
It is how would I categorize this? This is a science. It's a science fiction suspense show, I guess.
Okay, cool.
It's probably how I would do it.
Yeah, I feel like it looked cool. And this is one I didn't know anything about until basically it was on Netflix. I feel like it just escaped our radar. Maybe I'm misremembering, but yeah, it seemed cool.
Like I was hoping I was hoping that it treaded more into the horror things. It didn't really quite go full horror. It stayed kind of suspenseful.
Okay.
But it's got to do with science fiction stuff. It's got to do with the occult. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, sounds like cool subject matter for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. So moving on to the next thing on Netflix, Ozark has its 4th season, part 1, which started on January 21st. Not a show I don't think that you've watched, but I know my parents have watched it and really enjoyed it. Jason Bateman's the lead. I've heard good things about it. I watched part of the first season, and I think that this is the final season, if I'm not mistaken, and I think they've done the part 1, part 2 type of split. So I think part 2 is expected to debut later on in 2022. It's Jason Bateman's Breaking Bad, I think, is probably the quickest synopsis of it that I can think of. And it's apparently, like I said, it's apparently pretty good.
High praise from absolutely everybody that I know that's watched it.
Yeah, it's one that now that it's wrapping up, feels like maybe a good time to jump on and work your way through it. But I don't know, just you can't watch everything, so you gotta pick and choose based on I don't know, your own parameters, I suppose.
That's it.
February 3rd brought us Murderville, which is a comedy, basically improvised comedy show featuring Will Arnett, who plays a police detective, and then each episode brings in a special guest star to play a trainee. And the conceit of this is everyone except for the guest star trainee has the script to the show, and so it's up to the trainee guest star to improv their way through the events of the show. I think it's an incredible premise for a show. I believe it's actually adapted from a foreign show of some sort, maybe British or something like that. So it's not necessarily an original concept, but certainly it's kind of a new sort of way of doing it for this Americanized version of it. So let's see. The guest stars are Conan O'Brien, Marshawn Lynch, Kumail Nanjiani, Annie Murphy, Sharon Stone, and Ken Jeong. So pretty good. Pretty good fucking lineup right there. It seems like a very, very, very funny premise. I think the reviews were, pretty solid, not like amazing. Just kind of certain people are better at improvising than others, and certain moments of improv are stronger than others, but it feels like a fun sort of 6-episode kind of deal if you're looking for, a little, mostly pointless type of diversion for a couple hours of your life. You could do far worse. So I don't know. I thought it looked pretty funny. Maybe it's something that I queue up when I need something that I can turn my brain off for. That's kind of my 2 cents on it. You have any other thoughts?
I thought it looked pretty hilarious.
Yeah, it was it's just a very funny concept, I think. So, yeah. How about the Cuphead show? I know you're a fan of the Cuphead video game. Are you not?
I am. I am excited about this show. It looks like it's pulled directly from the game.
Little Netflix animated show, yeah.
Yeah, it's got like the it's got like the like 50, I don't know if it's 50s, but
right, yeah, that very retro animated style, I guess. It kind of doesn't really capture it. Like you see it, it is kind of how it feels with like something like Cuphead, but it's taken that perfect aesthetic, which was really, really fun and fresh for a video game, and then putting it back into the TV form where it probably was really pulled from more so.
Right.
But and it could be fun.
I think the characters and everything in the game, and the music in the game, and everything in the game is just super high tier stuff. Like it's really good.
Yeah.
It's got a really good fit and finish.
Okay.
So this show looks like it's carried over to a television show, which I think, like you said, it feels appropriate. And so I could not be more excited about this.
Okay. Yeah. So, I think some response has come out, and basically it seems to be saying that it's a little bit more kid friendly than some people would prefer. I mean, I as someone that owns the game and hasn't played it, I know it's difficult, but I don't know that it's necessarily more adult centric beyond the fact that it might be hard for kids to play. I mean, in terms of the subject matter, in terms of the content, like I don't think it's like raunchy or anything like that as far as I'm aware.
No.
So it feels like something like this should translate fairly well to a kids show, but I guess maybe it's disappointing that it's more catered towards children instead of being like a all audience, all ages type of thing. But I don't know, maybe it's still enjoyable, especially for people that have played the video game such as yourself. So yeah, if you give it a spin at some point, let me know how it is.
I will.
But yeah, next thing up on the list is probably what I'm most anticipated for on Netflix, specifically the return of Stranger Things. Season 4 of Stranger Things is happening this year. We have official confirmation of that, and in fact, we have official confirmation of when it's coming, and it's actually coming on multiple dates because they're splitting it into 2 volumes. So we're going to get Season 4, Volume 1 on May 27th, followed by Season 4, Volume 2 on July 1st. And basically, the Duffer Brothers, who are the creators of this, put like a letter basically explaining the decision, why we're doing it this way. It's actually, I guess, going to be 9 episodes in total. The runtime, they're saying, is nearly twice the length of any previous season.
Wow.
It's filled with 2 years of filming, thousands of visual effects shots, so it's basically, there's a lot of shit that's going into this one, and so it's a lot of work that's, been put into it, so that this was kind of the best way to do it and still get it out, this year at, I guess, apparently a decent time, so it's very exciting. They also announced, it's just a side note mostly, that Season 5 will actually be the final season of the show, which makes sense because all the kids are now just fully, like, probably 20 years old.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, we're going to get 9 episodes of Stranger Things this year. I don't mind that it's being split into 2 dates. I think that's totally okay for me. There's plenty of other shit to watch. So it gives, and presumably there'll be narrative split where it doesn't feel like a weird fuck you to be like stopping at this episode and then making you wait, over a month for the next one. So yeah, I mean, they've kind of doled out like little bits of footage, not like quite a full teaser or a full trailer, but just like glimpses and clips and kind of things from the show so far. I And I can say that I'm, I said it's just my most anticipated, and that's really principally based off of the first 3 seasons.
Right.
Because it's just fucking good shit. And I feel like that 3rd season especially, I don't know, like, season 2 was good, maybe not as good, but season 3 just felt like it was close to being as interesting as season 1. Maybe still not as good, maybe not as fresh, but it just reinvigorated it.
And it's cool subject
such a big
matter.
Way. Yeah, and it's just a fun cast with the fun 80s setting and vibe and aesthetic, and just thrown in with this super, super fun sci-fi horror aesthetic. Like, I don't know, it's just fucking cool stuff. It really, really appeals to me, and I feel like they've just nailed it so far, and I'm excited to see what apparently, their version of doing it bigger and better with a lot longer episodes, it seems like, with tons of effects where, I don't know, like, yeah, it feels like they're going for it. So I'm excited to see what the end result is. So yeah, Stranger Things season 4. I think Stranger Things 4, I guess, is really what it is. Not even really season 4. They just rebrand it every year with the new numeral. But I'm excited for it. I'm really, really looking forward to it. So yeah. Speaking of other things on Netflix, we have The Sandman coming out. It is not a spinoff of Spider-Man No Way Home. It's an adaptation of the Neil Gaiman comic book series, I believe it is, initially. The Sandman. There was like a kind of like first look at it, which was more of like a clip. We saw Charles Dance in it. It was great. And I'm not someone that's read this. Have you read any of the Sandman comics?
I have.
Okay.
The Sandman is like the guy. I think it's, gosh, I can't remember his name. Anyways, Sandman is like the god of dreams, and slumber, and he's got like these siblings which are different, like just, I guess, the personifications, or the characters that represent different aspects of like things, right? Like, so you got death, you have envy, you have just, I would say, Spren. They're almost like Spren, from the Sanderson novels, but they're people. Uh-huh. And this looks really exciting. Like the whoever the people are that trap Sandman. I think his name is Mephisto, but that sounds wrong.
The main character, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. What's the god of dream? Like, who is?
I think
Sandman?
he's just Dream. Is apparently what it's called. What he's called.
Dream. I thought he had a different name.
Maybe he has multiple names throughout the series.
I don't know.
I'm doing my quick Google foo as so I'm going with what I see. I just see Dream listed for the characters.
Okay. Anyway, so Dream gets captured, but it sounds like
it's also said he's taken many names, including Morpheus and Oneros. So maybe
that's what I'm thinking.
Maybe that's what you're thinking of. Yeah, maybe.
And I guess they're trying to get Death, which is it just looks like cool content matter. I like that sort of stuff.
Anytime Neil Gaiman writes something, it's going to be fucking interesting. So if it's an adaptation of something that Neil Gaiman wrote, it's probably going to be fucking interesting, and hopefully it's, faithful and honors the source material and doesn't just totally botch it or whatever. But yeah, this is a comic book series that I think has received widespread praise, and I think they've tried adapting it multiple times and never really quite done it until now.
Couldn't stick the landing. Yeah.
And it might be something that is effects heavy, or just, couldn't, it might be something that's hard to really find a way to adapt, but as we've learned in recent years, things that maybe were previously considered unadaptable, looking at you, Dune, they can be done well with the right vision, with the right technology, with the right, star power leading the way. You can definitely do it. You definitely can do it. It's all about, finding the right pieces and slotting them together. So hopefully they can accomplish that with the Sandman. Do you like Tim Burton? Are you a Tim Burton fan?
He did Batman.
He also did Batman Returns.
Yes.
And Alice in Wonderland and Alice Through the Looking Glass.
Ooh.
Does that complicate your feelings?
Ooh.
Well, he is going to be doing something else on Netflix, is why I ask.
What's he doing?
He's going to be doing a TV show called Wednesday, which is going to be based around the character Wednesday Addams of da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na, The Addams Family. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na. Yeah, exactly. It was Ovi's favorite theme song when he was a puppy. It was one of those things. There was a progressive commercial that would come on with it, and he would just immediately just be transfixed by the TV anytime he heard the music. Side note. What do you think about what do you think about a TV show set around Wednesday? She's got her pigtails. It's going to be directed by Tim Burton. It's live action. I should clarify that.
I don't really give a shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
It seems very Tim Burton-y, I would say. Did he actually have anything to do with that Addams Family live action one?
Oh, I don't know.
It was not Tim Burton. But it does feel like his shtick. The Addams Family and Tim Burton just feel like the right sort of combination. He must have been involved with something, I feel like. It just feels like this cannot be the first time that this has happened. But maybe it is. Maybe I'm completely incorrect, and he has not done anything with this. Here we go. This is why I just look at the internet. He was originally going to direct that 1991 film, and he ended up having to pass on it because of scheduling conflicts with Batman Returns. So clearly he's been looking at this franchise for quite some time. So he's finally getting his due. A couple decades later, 3. Good Lord.
Good for him.
Good for him. Good for you, Timmy. We'll check back in on Wednesday when a trailer comes along. How's that?
If you insist.
The Witcher Blood Origin. This is a prequel series to The Witcher television series on Netflix. They actually gave a first look at it at the end of season 2 of The Witcher, but they put it up on YouTube. I figured we could throw it up here and talk about it because it's not like it's really spoiling anything from Witcher season 2. I believe neither of us have watched that still. Could be incorrect.
I am 1 episode in. I did finish episode 1.
All right,
and it turned out to be pretty compelling. It was pretty good.
All right, so maybe the hooks are back in on you for that one, but either way, we've got another Witcher thing to look forward to this year. That's not Geralt of Rivia focused. Seems to be a lot more elf focused. Michelle Yeoh's in it. Maybe some other recognizable people. I'm not 100% sure, but we
Isn't the magic called Chaos in the Witcher IP?
I believe so. Yes. Do they call it something else here?
No, but it seems like, and you got to refresh me because I haven't watched the regular Witcher in a while, but didn't man steal the power of chaos from the elves or some shit?
I mean, I don't know if it may be, that may be true. That may be something like that, but there's definitely a history of elves basically being victims of genocide and, basically pushed out of their own lands in favor of humans and all that. So the elves are in a real fucking shitty position come
and this looks
the time
like
of The Witcher.
This looks like
this is before all that seems to come to pass, basically.
Yeah, it seems like an explanation.
Yeah,
that sounds cool.
It's basically setting the stage for why the world is the way it is. Maybe around the time that Geralt of Rivia rolls through, and elves are heavily ostracized, and humans are the dominant form. So yeah. I didn't get enough from this footage to really get a good sense of whether the show's going to be compelling in any way, but the premise should work. It's pretty detached from the rest of The Witcher. Still want to watch through season 2, just haven't done so at this point. But yeah, sure, why not?
Why not?
No reason it can't work. So yeah, Witcher Blood Origin coming 2022, as well as another Resident Evil thing. So completely separate from the recent live-action film we got. I believe we're also getting a live-action Netflix series. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the one that's about the Wesker family or some dumb shit like that. I know we talked about it a while back, and it sounded really fucking stupid. So let me just fact-check that quickly and make sure that that's actually correct.
This is the one that sounded shitty. There was the one that I watched, which sounded kind of compelling, and then there was this one that sounded just like shit.
This is the one that sounds like shit. It's the Wesker kids moved to New Raccoon City and the secrets they uncover might just be the end of everything. I mean, just come on. Just come on with that shit. It's kind of what it sounds like.
That is what that sounds like.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is apparently supposed to be coming later this year. Who knows when? I mean, it does seem kind of crazy given that we just got that live action film, and not that was like a rousing success by any stretch of the imagination. You had fun with it, as I recall, but wasn't quality content necessarily. But
no, I wouldn't call it that. But
this one doesn't seem like it's doing anything special to make its mark. But maybe we'll be wrong. Maybe we'll be wrong. Who's to say? I don't know. I don't know what to say about that, other than it feels like Resident Evil could be great source material for television adaptation, and that is not the direction I would suggest. So, hey, what are you going to do?
Like, it's not hard, right? It doesn't seem like it would be a hard thing.
Just maybe like follow
put some
the
cops in
a
mansion. Investigate some shit.
Or even just jump to Resident Evil 4, man. Like, fuck it. Like,
save the president's daughter.
Do something that's just based on the games, and don't get weird with it. Don't what's this hesitation to just adapt things as they are and have to fucking change everything about it, or use one thing about it and then ignore everything else? Like, what? We haven't seen the Uncharted film yet, but it does give me vibes of that. It's just been like, oh yeah, he's going to have that plane set piece, but we're also going to cast people that look nothing like the video game characters, and also everything else is going to be completely different too.
I did see Mark Wahlberg with a mustache.
Oh, well, now it's totally different because he's totally very similar to Sully now that he has a mustache. It's not just Mark Wahlberg with a mustache. No. Totally different. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. 2 more for Netflix. The Crown Season 5. This is a favorite of Anna's in terms of TV shows. One that I think would be interesting to go through, but I'll get through it eventually. This is bringing in a new set of actors to play the Queen and the royal family and all that. So hey, cool. Look forward to Crown Season 5, 2022. Probably not anything that you're super jazzed for. Unlike perhaps this last show on Netflix called Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities. Which, what the hell is this thing?
I don't know what the fuck that is.
I know, you don't know what it is. But I can tell you what it is, if you'd like to know.
What is it?
It's an upcoming American horror anthology streaming television series created by Guillermo del Toro for Netflix based on his short story of the same name. It will feature 8 unique horror stories that challenge the classical horror genre. 2 of the episodes are original works by del Toro himself, while the others are written and directed by various filmmakers. So, does that sound like something that would interest you?
Yeah, that might tickle a fancy.
And I assume, I actually don't know if this is animated or live action, but I can tell you that some of the cast members in it include Rupert Grint, Luke Roberts, Andrew Lincoln, F. Murray Abraham, Ben Barnes, Crispin Glover. Man, I haven't seen that dude in a minute. Tim Blake Nelson, and Peter Weller. Those are some of the announced names involved in it. So how about that?
I just needed one name.
Was just Guillermo del Toro?
That's all I needed. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I should have just shut the fuck up 5 minutes ago. Is what you're saying? Said, Guillermo. Well, hold on. Finish the thought. It could be Guillermo from Jimmy Kimmel. Okay. All right. It's del Toro. All right. Okay. I'm in. I'm in the bed.
Right. And as long as you say he's not just strictly producing it, right? Like he's actually involved in at least making 2 episodes.
He's creatively involved beyond like, oh, I like this thing, I'm going to throw some money at it. Yeah. Yeah. No, he's involved in this.
It's a solid impression. I like this thing.
Yeah, pretty much. He likes his shit, he's got his own taste. He likes shit, I don't blame him for throwing money at shit, but
man,
when he
shows
up,
I was just successful enough to say, you know what? I like your idea. I'm gonna give you some money. You make it. Go make it.
I'm gonna give you a few $1 million. Have fun.
Go make it.
Yeah. Must be nice. All right, shall we wrap up television for 2022 with our coverage of Disney Plus?
That's a big one.
We've got a lot to look forward to on Disney Plus, unsurprisingly. We'll be getting Willow, the continuation of the classic film with Val Kilmer and Warwick Davis, featuring the return of Warwick Davis alongside a lot of newcomers to the franchise. Yeah, cool. Classic, Ron Howard fantasy film that I think people have been begging for more for a while, and so it feels like a nice kind of time for Lucasfilm and company to reimagine the Willow franchise with the new continuation. So that's pretty exciting, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, I never watched Willow.
Yeah, I think it's on Disney Plus now. So by the time this rolls around, you can just do a little double feature, Willow, and then follow it up with Willow.
Deal. That sounds cool.
Now, I think that probably more to our interests for the TV side of things are the Marvel stuff and the Star Wars stuff. So let's start with Marvel. The soonest and the only one that actually we have a release date for, March 30th, is going to bring us Moon Knight, starring the one and only Oscar Isaac.
Oh man, my God!
We got a Super Bowl spot for it, a big game spot, because they're not legally allowed to call it Super Bowl on YouTube when they're marketing it. But we got another 30-second look at fucking Moon Knight, in addition to the trailer that we've talked about recently. And
this has purple lightning coming out of a goddamn pyramid. That looks cool.
Some crazy shit going on in this. He fucking turns his cape into a crescent moon type shape.
That's so
which
fucking
is
cool.
Very cool.
Where does he get the boomerang? Does he get that from the moon?
I don't know what he's doing. I don't know, man.
He just catches a fucking crescent boomerang. Oh man.
Yeah, what's going on? I don't know. We'll find out on March 30th.
Did we see him get mummified in the first trailer?
Sort of. I think we saw some of that shot, like where it's like the bandages kind of wrapping around him as the costume's coming.
Yeah.
I think we saw some of that. Yeah, but it looks fucking cool. I mean, it just
it's definitive.
You're gonna get these different
it is
personalities. You're gonna get Oscar Isaac just
losing his fucking mind. Yeah,
he's gonna be losing his fucking mind.
Yeah.
And you're gonna get Ethan Hawke being like, "You're losing your fucking mind, bro, but I can help you." But actually, I'm still the villain, probably. So anyway, I'm excited for it. I think it's 6 episodes. It could be wrong. But I'm very, very excited for Moon Knight. I'm excited that we're getting it so soon.
And it just feels like a hero that it just feels like a hero that you wouldn't get a live action television series for.
No. Yeah, you wouldn't unless Marvel has made 20 plus movies of just being like, we can do whatever the fuck we want. This is great. Like they have enough clout and enough self-confidence that they're just like, all right, we're gonna dig deep and fucking make a Moon Knight show, man. Like,
and we get no Egyptian shit. We get no Egyptian shit at all.
That's true. So
I'm excited about it. I'm so excited about it. I'm excited. Poe Dameron he's been in Marvel movie before. But
not like this, though.
We're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, he's not buried in pounds of shitty makeup this time, at the very least. He's wearing a badass costume. He's wearing a badass, all white mummy looking thing. Like, I don't know, man.
That's cool.
It all just looks so badass. I think is really how I feel about it. Like, it looks as badass as I would want it to look. Well, still being more than just him beating the shit out of people. Like, it looks interesting. It's still got that sort of mind fuck type of aspect to it that I think is going to be really interesting with the shifting personalities and maybe shifting perspectives. Like, it's going to be cool. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, me too.
Also in 2022 from Marvel is Miss Marvel, which I know we've seen footage of here and there in the past. It's about Kamala Khan, who traditionally in the comics has the embiggening powers, where she has like stretchy limbs and stuff. She's not quite Mr. Fantastic type in terms of her power set. She can create like a really big hand and get like a really big fist and like punch people really hard with it. Here, I think they're giving her like energy-based powers more so than the stretchy powers. But same basic idea. You can like almost like more like Green Lantern-esque. Like you can have a big fist construct and punch people with a fist construct instead of it being a literal big stretchy fist. But she's basically a Captain Marvel fangirl, and she's a kid. She's someone who is a kid who will kind of come into powers and kind of have to navigate the world at that point, which I think is interesting. I think having a lot of these younger characters, your Kate Bishops, your Spider-Mans, like that's cool. You know, we had a bunch of grown-ass men with Iron Man and Cap and Thor and Hawkeye, you know, so it's cool to see a new generation of, you know, teenagers, you know, kind of figuring out how to be super heroic. So I'm excited for Miss Marvel. You know, looking forward to seeing more from it, but I'm excited to see that. Yeah. Any thoughts, Miss Marvel?
Looks cool.
Yeah. She-Hulk, also 2022, starring Tatiana Maslany as Jennifer Walters, a.k.a. She-Hulk. It'll also feature Mark Ruffalo back as Bruce Banner. It'll feature Tim Roth back as Emil Blonsky, a.k.a. The Abomination, who we saw recently in Shang-Chi. And she's a lawyer, so that's fucking cool. I'm excited for that. Maybe we'll get some Daredevil action in it, you know, some lawyer synergy. Come on, Marvel, give it to us. That would be great. And I think it's going to have a comedic bent to it. I think it's going to be sort of like a half-hour comedy sort of thing, which I think feels
fresh.
Cool.
Yeah, it's fresh.
Different than certainly the other more traditional, this is a Marvel movie in 6 parts, which we've seen with like Falcon and maybe even something like Moon Knight might be closer to that, you know? So yeah, I'm excited for She-Hulk. And this last one, live action wise, we're not, well, I guess this, the one after is live action as well. I'm not sure if this is 2022. It's kind of been borderline of maybe it comes out late in the year, maybe it doesn't. Secret Invasion. Skrulls taking over, Nick Fury and company. Yeah, we'll see with that one. We don't have a whole lot of information. I think they showed us a picture of Nick Fury with the big old scraggly beard, and that's pretty much all we've seen from it. But we know Skrulls. Ben Mendelsohn's back as Talos, and so great. You know,
that's what I say.
Give me more.
Great. I say great about that.
Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special. Some more James Gunn content. This one, I believe, is live action. I think they filmed it alongside Volume 3, but it'll be dropping around the holidays, presumably, of 2022, ahead of Volume 3 coming out in 2023. You know, probably a shorter thing, probably like a 15-minute, 20-minute sort of thing, I would guess. But maybe kind of bridging the gap between Thor, which is something we'll talk about when we talk about film, something that's coming out this year, and then Guardians Volume 3, like I said, coming out next year. So yeah, that's cool. Excited for that. I say that's great as well. What do you think?
Very great.
So great. And last but not least, on the animated side, we have I Am Groot, which is an animated show about Groot. I am Groot. That was me giving my thoughts in Groot's language. Just translate that.
Very great.
You know, I won't tell you actually what my thoughts are, but I Am Groot covers it just adequately. Also, Marvel's Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, which is a very colorful and crazy looking animated thing with Lawrence Fishburne involved. Not really, I think, like super MCU involved, but hey, looks like it might be cute and fun. I don't know.
That show to me felt like that episode in Star Wars Visions. The one where
shit's just crazy.
The shit's just crazy, and he like rides on the nose of his X-wing. You know what I'm talking about?
Twins or whatever.
Yes,
it was. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what that feels like to me. So
a little bit, yeah.
Might not be my shit.
Little too anime for you, perhaps.
Little too anime.
Perhaps.
We'll see. I'm sure I'll give it a shot.
See. Yeah. All right. Last but not least is Star Wars over on the Disney Plus. We don't really need to speak a whole lot about this, but the Book of Boba Fett has come and gone on Disney Plus. In fact, we will give it some thoughts very, very soon as our next episode. So look forward to that. But it will be followed by Obi-Wan Kenobi. We have a release date. We got a poster for it. May 25th. We will see Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Wow.
In fact, we actually got even more news recently that the great man himself, John Williams, has scored a new theme for the show. So he's not doing the score for the whole show, but he scored a theme, you know, a one-off theme that will probably reprise throughout the show. So that's pretty fucking exciting.
That's cool. Give me the bones. Give me the bones, John. I'll fill in the rest.
Yeah, exactly. So
that looks cool.
So very excited for Ewan McGregor's return as Obi-Wan. Hopefully, given some good material for once in the man's life as Obi-Wan. He's one of the few things that really, really elevated the prequel material. You know what I mean? Like,
and I think he's gonna crush it.
I think he is. I think he's going to revel in the opportunity to revisit, and we're getting Hayden back too, and maybe Hayden will revel in the opportunity to not be mired in shitty dialogue himself. And I love you, Padme, but I hate sand so much, and I killed them all, the women and the children too. Just all of it, real bad. We'll be getting Andor as well, the Rogue One prequel, starring Diego Luna as Cassian Andor. I think kind of detailing his involvement in the rebellion before the events of Rogue One, certainly not after the events of Rogue One. And I think this one's going to be longer. It's like 12 episodes or something like that they're saying for this, and maybe like a 2-season thing they're already planning out. So the prequel's going to
be way longer than the actual movie was.
Yes. And
that's cool.
I think it's a good way to probably flesh out, like obviously Star Wars Rebels fleshes out the beginning of the rebellion and stuff like that leading up to episode 4. And this can kind of fill in the gaps, I think, even more, having it obviously centered around this particular character, but it feels like there's an opportunity to weave in some characters that we know and love already and give us some cool, new Star Wars material at the same time. So yeah, that could be very cool.
Yeah, totally.
So the last two, and unfortunately one of these I actually think is another one like The Last of Us that may not make it this year, is The Mandalorian Season 3.
Oh.
I think we're not sure whether it's going to come out this year. Hopefully it does. I mean, if it does, it'll start late 2022 and not finish up until 2023 would be my guess. But maybe we'll get it. Maybe we won't. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully we don't have to wait too long for more Mando. But we should be getting, and this will round out all of our television stuff for 2022, we should be getting a second season of Star Wars The Bad Batch on the animated side of things.
Okay.
So
I'll
I think you liked season 1. I didn't watch it. Wanted to, just didn't. But yeah, great. Give us more. Give us more of that. That sounds good to me.
It's a good time. Now, all the Star Wars stuff isn't all great. But it's serviceable. You know what I mean? And when it is great,
it's entertaining.
It's fucking awesome when it's awesome.
Yeah, occasionally elevates into something more. Yeah,
exactly. Totally. And it's Star Wars. So, I mean, it's even Star Wars on its worst day is, I don't know, it scratches an itch that nothing else
as bad as
scratch.
The prequels are, we've still watched them countless times for some goddamn reason that we can't explain.
Exactly.
It's because we love Star Wars.
That's it.
It's just that indiscernible thing about it that just speaks to us. I don't know.
Right.
But that is it. That is it for television in 2022.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot. We covered a lot there. I think we have a lot to look forward to.
There's a lot we're not going to watch.
There's a lot we're not going to watch. That's what it sounds like to me, too. He's not wrong. He's not wrong, folks. But certainly some of those that we did talk about, we'll watch a Moon Knight. We'll watch an Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh, for sure.
We'll watch The Stranger Things season 4.
Oh, yeah.
We'll watch Lord of the Rings. We'll watch The Boys. And maybe even if it is only 2 or 3 other things that slip through and we talk about, maybe it's a Halo, fine. We'll watch what we watch, and hopefully we pick well and enjoy what we watch. But certainly there's plenty on tap to enjoy.
And like we said earlier,
we'll have to find time for it.
Mediocrity doesn't rise to the top.
Doesn't cut it.
Nope. The chances of us finding a really shitty show, we're gonna watch the first episode
and be like, yeah, all right, again,
beep,
I'm good.
Done. Yeah, that's it. I'm not investing 10 hours in this shit.
There's too many other things that I can't race by wolves myself right now.
Oh man.
Season 2.
What a fever!
Check that out.
What a fever!
I didn't put that on HBO Max's list, but it's there if you want it. All right. Well,
that's television.
That's it for television. So that brings us to the next thing, which is film. So film, we got a lot to talk about. Obviously talked a lot about television stuff, but I'm excited to talk about films. And to be quite honest, like this is like what we cover 80% of the time. Maybe.
That's right.
Like we a 2-hour thing. I can do that. Sign me up for that. That's a 2-hour investment of my time plus 2 hours of talking about it on the back end. 3 hours if it's a Marvel or Star Wars thing. 4 hours if it's, I don't even know. But we occasionally get there. Whatever it is, sometimes we get there. So we'll basically start with the streaming stuff because I think we're now in the day and age where streaming films are ever prevalent, specifically on Netflix and on some of the other services as well. But not everything's getting a theatrical release these days. But certainly there are plenty of things getting theatrical releases, and we'll get there in due time. So over on Netflix, like they did, I believe, last year and possibly even the year before that, Netflix put out basically a movie preview for 2022, aptly called the Netflix 2022 movie preview, in which we got some first looks at a whole variety of new films. And interestingly enough, like kind of the way the ad was made was like people breaking character in scenes and talking to the camera and being like, Netflix is the shit, yo. Fucking love Netflix, man. You should watch Netflix because you can watch my movie on it. I'm Jamie Foxx. I'm driving this car. Look at my shit, So it was kind of fun. I will say it was kind of neat how they did that. But we got a quite a handful of things on there. Was there anything in that little sizzle reel that caught your eye? I mean, some of those we can spin out and talk about separately if you want. But was there anything that immediately caught your eye?
Not that I can immediately recall. No.
Okay. Fair enough, and given that it has been a few days since you watched it,
and I watched like 90
valid.
Things that day.
Yeah. It was prep day. It was prep day for recording, and it was a lot. There was a lot to watch. So yeah, I mean, I think, I feel like the biggest things that I remember from it were. Well, so we got a separate trailer for something called The Adam Project, which is the Ryan Reynolds one, where I think you probably would have watched the full trailer. It's the one where the kid is his younger self, and I guess Ryan Reynolds is the older self of the kid, however you want to describe that. What did you think about that? Why don't we start there? That's coming March 11th.
Yeah, that one looked pretty cool. I think I'll watch that.
Okay. Yeah.
It has and I can't remember if this is the case or not, but I think it kind of reminds me of, you remember that Lost in Space movie that came out forever ago?
Like the late 90s one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't that wasn't the bad guy at the end his older self?
Oh, I actually don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Does that sound familiar?
I haven't seen that film in ages, to be quite honest. All I remember is the mask coming down and forming over Matt LeBlanc's face.
That was fucking cool. I had a latex version of that
about
mask.
all I remember from that film. So I could not tell you, in all honesty, if that's true. But maybe.
I think it's a cool concept. They're trying to put the cat back in the bag. I'm interested to see if it ends in like a time travel paradox kind of situation.
Right. It's like breaking all the rules of just being like, yeah, I'm your older self. Get over it, you little shit. It's not really we can't interact or the world will collapse because of this paradox. I wonder if there will be any sort of ripple effects from that.
Yeah, we'll see. But it looks interesting. Charming enough cast, I think.
Definitely. And it feels, it's one of the few times, obviously Ryan Reynolds is still Ryan Reynoldsing about, like, don't get me wrong, but it still feels like a little bit different than some of the other stuff he has been doing, like your Free Guys and stuff. But, it's on Netflix, man. Like, honestly, and maybe this is unfair, but the standards are lower. You know what I mean? Like, if I can just throw it up on my TV and it's already included in the purchase price for Netflix, like my expectations aren't sky high. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And hopefully it's at least fine, but like I can deal with a 2-hour mediocre movie that I throw up on Netflix more so than I can deal with 10 hours of an HBO show that I watch or absolutely. A 2.5-hour piece of shit that I watch in theaters. You know what I mean? Like it does kind of have a sliding scale of when you give a fuck or not. So yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. I know Anna was looking forward to it as well, so I'm sure we'll watch it. Maybe we'll cover it if there's nothing moseying into theaters around then that is more worthy of being covered or whatever. Also, I know in this little sizzle reel we got The Gray Man. This is the one with the other Ryan Gosling and Chris Evans and Ana de Armas as well.
Yes,
and this is the next film from the Russo brothers. Actually, hot off the heels of the Avengers Infinity War and Endgame success. They're putting this one out. It's based on a book. I think it's maybe a spy-based thing. CIA is involved, and there's assassins involved, and Ana de Armas is involved. Okay. All right. Seems pretty good to me. Great cast, and should make for some, I would think, compelling action set pieces with the Russo brothers in charge. So yeah, I feel like that feels like that one's a winner right there. How about the big one? How about the big one right at the end? Knives Out 2. Come on.
Yes, there we go.
Daniel Craig's back. Benoit Blanking about.
Yes.
What if the donut is not a donut? I'm so excited. I don't think it'll be called Knives Out 2. I think they'll retitle it, maybe when we get the first proper trailer. But man, I'm excited to see Daniel Craig back. I'm excited to see him with a new cast, a new mystery. I'm excited to see Rian Johnson just, dipping into his bag of tricks again. Like, man, that first Knives Out is such a fucking satisfying film. It's such a good film. It's one of those that, like, honestly, like, I really liked it when I saw it. I think I saw it again and really liked it still. But I look at it, like, even more fondly now. Like, it was just so good. It was so good. Everyone was so good in it. Man, I'm very, very excited. And, they held it out to the end because they knew that, like, yeah, we fucking spent $300 million on the rights to this fucking film. Or this and a sequel. Like, we know people are in the bag for this sort of thing. So, very exciting, very exciting. Knives Out 2. Let's see. There was Jason Momoa with horns, if you recall that. I forget what the movie itself is called. But
yes, I do remember that.
Let me see if I can scrub and find it. In the meantime, there's a Medea movie coming to Netflix. Don't forget about that. Slumberland.
That's exciting.
Slumberland is the Jason Momoa one where he looks fucking ridiculous. But, maybe he's having fun with it. Maybe that's fine. No big deal. I talked about the Jamie Foxx one, so I feel like I should probably figure out what the hell that is. Day Shift, Netflix. Oh, it's a comedy. And it's about a hard-working blue-collar dad who just wants to provide a good life for his kid. Well, this is interesting. His mundane San Fernando Valley pool cleaning job is a front for his real source of income, hunting and killing vampires. That took a turn. I don't think I got that impression
cool.
from this little thing here. I don't know, maybe that's just I saw it a couple days ago and I don't specifically remember kind of thing. But there's a Mark Wahlberg film. We love us some Marky Mark, joking of course, but it also has Kevin Hart in it, called Me Time. So there's that.
There's that.
There's definitely that. Oh, there was the animated one called The Sea Beast, which I thought looked pretty neat. Appropriate with the Sea Beast in it. The School for Good and Evil, looked like Charlize Theron with a wig on, and some other things going on. Look, there's a new movie coming every week, and they're not promising you quality; they're promising you quantity. Okay, so
and sometimes that's okay.
It's gonna be hit and miss. That's how Netflix rolls. They say we're gonna chuck a bunch of shit at you. Sometimes it's gonna be Thunder Force with Melissa McCarthy and Octavia Spencer, and it's real fucking bad. And sometimes we'll give you Knives Out 2 or whatever. I don't know. I'm sure that's probably a better example of something that's quality. We'll give you a Mank. We'll give you a Roma. We'll give you something that's like fucking high tiered shit. Yeah. But they're a little all over the place. So this was not all of the movies they have on tap. Obviously, if it's a movie every week, then like that would be a really fucking long sizzle reel. To try to at least cover them all. So there's a few others that have not been covered that I want to throw out here for you just now, gauge your interest level. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the long-awaited sequel to Texas Chainsaw Massacre, in which they've decided to just do Halloween again. I
thought the same exact thing.
I've been waiting for Leatherface for 40 years. I'm like, what? What are you fucking talking about?
Like, I thought it was okay up until that random bitch pops up. Like, oh, okay, it's just a modern these millennials pop up in the thing or whatever. That's cool. And then out of nowhere,
don't think...
I've been waiting for.
I mean, it was kind of funny, yes, but it was just like, oh my god! I mean, they're just doing the thing. I mean, I guess there's two podcasters in this. Like, we're podcasting the story of Leatherface, and then he's gonna kill us with his chainsaw. Like, it. I don't know. I mean, it's probably not going to be good, right? Like I said, hit and miss with Netflix. This one's probably going to be bad, but it might have some good slasher-esque qualities, like people getting chainsawed in half and a whole bus full of "you're going to get canceled, bro" people getting chainsawed in half.
That was pretty great.
So that might be fun from that standpoint. I think it's produced by Fede Alvarez, who did the Evil Dead reboot.
Cool.
He didn't direct it. He didn't write it. He Guillermo del Toro'd it in terms of, that looks pretty cool. I'm going to throw some money at it, sort of thing. But yeah. Maybe it's something. How about Windfall, March 18th? Good cast on this one. Jesse Plemons, Lily Collins, and Jason Segel. Tell you who we haven't seen in fucking anything for a while is Jason Segel. He did that one show that we saw the trailer for and really liked it, and I don't think we ever watched it. I couldn't even tell you what the name of it was, but it was like a weird out there sort of thing. But he's back in this one. What do you think about this? Windfall.
This one looked entertaining. This one looked pretty good.
Yeah, I thought so too. I mean, the opening line of the description is a Hitchcockian thriller following a young couple who arrive at their vacation home only to find out it's being robbed. But I feel like that. I like the Hitchcockian part. I feel like kind of comes across. The rest of it feels kind of bog standard sort of synopsis, but it does feel a little bit weirder for a film, in terms of the execution of it. So it seems pretty interesting. So I'm maybe excited to see how it turns out. And we've got a month to wait for it. No big deal. We can do that. Any other stragglers? Oh yes, of course. December. He's not done. He's not done with his Cabinet of Curiosities. He's also doing Pinocchio. Guillermo del Toro was doing a little stop-motion Pinocchio film coming in December of this year.
Feels like it's only been a decade that they've been talking about this.
That's true. I guess this is like many of his other projects, one that's been in gestation for a long, long time. But they showed footage from it. It seems to be actually happening. So that's pretty exciting, right?
I'm very excited about it. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, and this is screenplay is written by Del Toro. He's co-directing it, apparently, with Mark Gustafson, who I'm not sure who that man is, but if Guillermo trusts him, then we ought to trust him as well, I'm sure. So it's got Ewan McGregor in the voice cast, David Bradley, Fenn Wolfhard, Kate Blanchett, John Turturro, Ron Perlman, Tim Blake Nelson, Bern Gorman, Christoph Waltz, and Tilda Swinton. So, you kind of can't fuck with that. You know what I mean? Great cast, Del Toro, stop motion, it's Pinocchio. This just feels like it's got all those elements that are just going to make for a super compelling Del Toro film. Would you concur?
Yes, I would concur.
Okay.
In a way that we have never seen it.
In a way that we've never seen it, exactly. In a way that only Del Toro could bring to life, of course, too, with apparently the aid of one Mark Gustafson. That's exciting. And rounding out Netflix, two more. A film called Blonde, which stars also Ana de Armas as Marilyn Monroe. It's sort of a weird thing. I think it's based off of a novel, which I believe is somewhat fictional. It's kind of about the life of Marilyn Monroe, but with like a fictionalized kind of version of things. And so I think this is an adaptation of that. Directed by Andrew Dominic, who did the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford, Killing Them Softly. Worked on Mindhunter, I think, for a little bit with Venture. It also stars Adrian Brody, Bobby Cannavale, and Julianne Nicholson. So what do you think about that? A little Ana de Armas as Marilyn Monroe thing.
I think this is going to be fire. Straight fucking fire. I think it's going to be so good.
You want to know one more tantalizing detail?
If it is what I think it is, I know the details on this movie.
I don't know what you're thinking, but It's going to receive an NC-17 rating, apparently.
Yes.
So
it's going to be a nutty thing.
It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. So look forward to that over on Netflix.
And I read a couple of interviews from this guy, and he's just fucking unapologetic about it.
Yeah.
He's like, I have no interest at all in making a Marilyn Monroe movie that's not NC-17. You can fuck off. Like he's
yeah, basically. Because there's apparently some sort of controversy over like, you know, he's very strongly like, I made my movie. This is my movie. And Netflix is like, oh shit, we should have let him make this movie. Oh God, what do we do with it now? But apparently it's going to be released, you know, uncut, unfiltered, whatever the hell is contained within. It sounds interesting. Sounds interesting to me. I'm excited to see what happens with it. So yeah, looking forward to that. Last but not least, over on Netflix, a film called Havoc, which is written and directed by Gareth Evans, who you would best know as the director of The Raid and The Raid 2.
Wow.
So it's going to star Tom Hardy, as well as Forrest Whitaker, Timothy Olyphant, and it is about a drug deal that goes awry, and so therefore, after that point, a detective must fight his way through a criminal underworld to rescue a politician's estranged son, while untangling his city's dark web of conspiracy and corruption. So what do you think about that? What do you think about that shit right there?
Sounds like my shit. I'll be watching that.
We know the action set pieces will be on point at a bare minimum. So there's that. And that is Netflix in 2022. There are many, many more films that were not spoken of in that movie preview and that I'm not speaking of right now. But yeah. Let's go on to HBO Max. Just a few here. March 2nd is going to bring us a film called Drive My Car, and it's technically a 2021 Japanese film, and HBO secured the streaming rights for it, and it has been nominated for an Academy Award for Best Picture. So that's something we'll cover probably next episode. Realistically, is the Academy Award nominations which have come out. But it seems like it's getting some really rave reviews, and we can watch it in less than a month, in just a couple weeks' time, in fact. So Drive My Car, if that's something you're interested in, will be available on HBO Max.
Nice.
So there's that. We'll also be getting the likes of Batgirl, which we have talked about at least once or twice, starring Leslie Grace as Barbara Gordon, a.k.a. Batgirl. It'll also have J.K. Simmons as Commissioner Gordon. Michael Keaton's back as the goddamn Batman. Brendan Fraser is in it as the villain, Firefly. And it's coming straight to streaming. It's a film, but it's coming straight to HBO Max. So, you know, similar to obviously all the Netflix films that we've seen, but pretty uncommon, certainly for a DC, you know, superhero film. But we got to look at the Batgirl costume and stuff. There's actually some set pics that have come out recently of the Keaton costume, which is very Keaton Batman-esque. So yeah, are you excited for Batgirl?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, how about a little film called there I am back. I'm back with the little things. I'm doing it again. I slipped right back into it. Evil Dead Rise, which is a Evil Dead film. Yes, indeed. Let me tell you about this. It is the quote unquote fifth installment in the Evil Dead franchise. Follows two sisters who try to survive and save their family from demonic creatures known as, you guessed it, Deadites. It's written and directed by someone named Lee Cronin, who I don't have any familiarity with. He's directed one feature film before, a film called The Hole in the Ground in 2019, which I presume was horror in nature. But it is being produced by Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell. As far as I'm aware, it has no connection specifically to the Evil Dead, you know, the new one, the 2013 one. I don't know if it's intended to be the same universe as the OG Bruce Campbell ones as well. But it is, in fact, a new Evil Dead film with certainly the blessing of Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell. So yeah, what do you think about that?
If it's anything as good as the remake that they did, right. I could not be more in. Like, it's
okay.
fantastic.
Yeah, Yeah, more of that, please. That sounds good to me. And it's fucking crazy. We're coming up on a decade since that film came out. Like, isn't that nuts? I mean,
it is nuts.
That's how you know we're getting old, right? Is we're like, oh my god, that came out 10 years ago. Fuck you.
That's true. It's true. Do you remember the Halloween Horror Nights house?
Yeah, that was awesome. We're gonna have another one of those. We're gonna there's gonna be another one of those probably either this Halloween or maybe next Halloween. But like, shit, man.
I really don't think though you top like the demonic possession taking the form of an addict coming off of the shit. You know what I mean?
It was a great approach to it. Yeah, because people are just like, oh, she's just fucked up and having withdrawal. Nah, man.
Yeah,
she's fucking possessed, yo.
She pops out of the fucking cellar.
This dude's popping. He's reading the Necronomicon Ex Mortis. Not supposed to do that.
Oh my gosh, yo! It's such a scary movie.
The Darkhold. Oh my goodness, could be the Darkhold. We'll talk about that later. So that's it for HBO. Over on Hulu, I think there might be a recurring trend here. Ana de Armas is going to be starring alongside her former flame, Ben Affleck, who's doing just fine with J-Lo if the Super Bowl was any indication. Deep Water. This is a March 18th coming to Hulu. This is a film that was supposed to come out theatrically, I believe, last year.
When they were together?
When they were together, and then probably they went to Splitsville. The cardboard cutout ended up in the dumpster, and they didn't know how to handle the promo for this, so they'd shelved it for a while. Now they're dumping it on Hulu, and Ben's getting handy, and
it looks kind of strange, right?
It looks a little weird. It's a little erotic thriller for you, so
man,
I don't know.
Ana de Armas is having one hell of a 2022.
Yeah. She's certainly going to be appearing in quite a few things. So, is this going to be good? No, probably not. But it sure as shit looks like a good. I guarantee when this thing rolls around, Twitter's blowing up. You know what I mean? Like, this just feels like it's a great streaming kind of movie. Throw it on streaming. Give Hulu a few looks. I feel like Hulu is kind of always the forgotten streaming service. This gives it a little something, that people are going to be talking about for like 2 days, mind you. Like it's going to flame out extremely quickly. But hey, that's all you need. Is just get something to go viral for a minute there, and then your thing's a success. So I'm looking forward to it. I don't think it's going to be good, like I just said, but fuck it, man. Okay.
Ana de Armas and Ben Affleck. It looks might be good. It might be Sarah might like that movie.
Maybe
we'll see what happens.
Maybe we'll see what happens. All right. Other film on Hulu is the next chapter in the Predator franchise. This is a film called Prey, and it's about. So this is, I believe, the time period is the 1920s, maybe?
I thought it was old, like way long.
Maybe it's older than that. I'm not sure. I think it's. I mean, so here's the basic premise: is it's so it's about a warrior from the Comanche Nation. So it's a Native American who protects her tribe from a highly evolved predator. So it's a predator dropped into pre-modern times at a bare minimum, up against Native Americans. So, I mean, the exact... Oh, here we go. 300 years in the past. You are correct. It's definitely way more in the past. So it's a interesting period piece with a predator thrown into it. Like, sounds pretty fucking cool to me. It's
I want to know how. I want to know how.
Which part? How
like
what? How are they going to stand up to the predator and not get blown to pieces by the laser gun, the shoulder cannon?
This motherfucker's going to be like a 20-minute short film. This is what they're making here.
Well, I think in some of the films we've seen the Predator show honor, and they like try to match the technology of their counterparts. I mean, not always. I mean, he's just. I mean, like, obviously in the original Predator, everyone's got guns and shit, and he's just like, all right, you use guns, I'm using my shoulder cannon, I'm gonna blow your fucking head up, I'm gonna fucking spine rip you and decorate the forest with skinned corpses and shit. here maybe he's thinking, all right, bow and arrow. All right, I'll use my bow and arrow shoulder cannon. That'll be fine. I don't know. Maybe he'll scale his approach based on his prey. It's cool. It's going to be directed by Dan Trachtenberg, who did 10 Cloverfield Lane.
Okay.
The main character is going to be played by Amber Midthunder, who was one half of Carrie and Carrie from Legion, if you recall that character.
Yeah. Okay.
So she'll be playing the lead. So I think that sounds fucking badass. I am very excited to see what this is.
Yes.
It feels weird to go straight to Hulu. It feels like a thing that could be good theatrically, but okay. I'm not going to be mad. I'm not going to be mad about movies that are streaming. I'll watch them. Sometimes I would prefer the theater environment for some of these things, but I'm not going to get mad about it. You know what I mean? So,
and you know what? We all forget that Disney still owns Hulu. At some point, they gotta throw some love there every now and then. They got to start leveraging that platform.
Yeah, and it's a good way to put the more adulty type things, like Anna de Armas giving Ben Affleck a hand job. Maybe they wouldn't play well on Disney Plus. Maybe the kids wouldn't appreciate that too much. Maybe they wouldn't appreciate Native Americans going up against a fucking predator, and a predator presumably just fucking shredding at least some of them. You know what I mean? Like that may not play well on Disney Plus. So you throw it on Hulu. No big deal.
Leverage the platform, Disney. Good move.
Yeah, do something with it, man. It really is like kind of bizarre. And to be fair, it only exists in America. Like overseas, there's a whole section of Disney Plus for adult content, which feels weird. Yeah. I think it's called like Star or something like that. So basically, all the stuff that goes to Hulu that's like the adult-centric stuff ends up on Disney Plus, but it's like age-gated because you need to, have some sort of restrictions for this adult section or whatever.
Really?
Yeah. Kind of weird. I don't know why that's the case. I don't know why they don't just have Hulu elsewhere, but so these are not decisions that are left up to me, evidently. So. Let's wrap up streaming and film. Disney Plus. Pixar's Turning Red will grace Disney Plus on March 11th. I think it looks like a lot of fun. I'm very excited about that. This is the one where the kid turns into a giant red panda when she gets emotional and upset.
Outstanding. Yeah.
The animation looks beautiful. I think it's going to be a really fun story. It gives me some Ghibli vibes, and I'm really excited for it. This is one that I'm like, why are all the Pixar films getting put on Disney Plus instead of going to theaters? But it didn't impact my enjoyment of Soul. It clearly did not impact your enjoyment of Soul.
No. See our,
2020 a year in review episode for how much Andrew liked Soul, and yeah, I mean, so fine. I'm gonna check it out. Obviously, so great. May 20th, Chippendale Rescue Rangers. We got a new trailer for this. What did you think about that? Are you excited for Chippendale Rescue Rangers with...
I like Chippendale.
Is it Andy Samberg and John Mulaney? Is that who it is? I think you're voicing the two of them, maybe?
I think so. That sounds right.
Okay. So you like Chippendale? What about this? What about this take on them?
I don't know.
It's a little different.
It kind of reminds me of Tom and Jerry, and I don't really need that.
As in the live action Tom and Jerry movie that neither of us watched.
Beginning of COVID, Tom and Jerry.
Well, you're getting the live action animated hybrid type thing. What I did like about this is that they decided to have one of them be 2D and one of them be 3D. I think that's actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of clever. And there was something at the end of the trailer actually got me pretty good. Oh, the Seth Rogen thing, where he's the horrifying video gamey, fucked looking like PS3 model. I thought that was pretty funny, and he had the Seth Rogen laugh was pretty good actually. I can't even do it. I've been told my laugh actually sounds like it, but for some reason I'm incapable of just doing it on the spot. You have to, something has to genuinely just make me laugh in the moment for me to apparently emulate it. It's a weird looking film.
It's got Roger Rabbit in it.
It quite literally does, yes. Wearing its inspiration on its sleeve, obviously, but it looks fucking weird and like out there, and maybe it's not going to be good, but it looks like enough of a curiosity that I'm, shall we say, curious about it. I don't know, so I'll give it a look. I think I'll give it a look. What about you? I mean, it's on Disney Plus. So what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna say that you can take the look first, and if you highly
I'll take
recommend,
the dive. As you took the plunge on Resident Evil, Welcome to Raccoon City, I too will take the plunge on Chippendale Rescue Rangers.
That's it. There we go.
Sometime around May 20th. I cannot guarantee it will be on that date. It probably, in fact, will not be on that date. But it's certainly there.
But close.
All right, 3 more. Disenchanted, the sequel to Enchanted. Which came out probably also a decade ago with Amy Adams and James Marsden, I believe, and Patrick Dempsey. Does that seem right?
Oh, yeah, that's an old one. For some reason, I was thinking of that Pixar cartoon.
Oh, yeah, no, this is a live action one. Yeah, this is 2007 that Enchanted came out. This is basically the one where she gets turned. She's an animated princess basically, and then she enters the live action world. But she herself is like live action when she comes out. I never actually saw that, but I heard it's good. And there's a sequel now coming out called Disenchanted, which is this one, which is now coming to Disney Plus sometime this year. So it's a sequel to that. I feel like people liked that. Usually they make sequels to movies that people like and that are successful in some ways. Not always. Sometimes they just keep making Transformers films, even though we plead with them, please, God, do not make any more, Michael Bay. Please fucking stop. Please, sir. 4 was enough. Not a 5th. Not
do me
a 5th,
a kindness, Mr. Bay.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, that's a Disenchanted. So that's coming up. Also is another Pinocchio. It's a Pinocchio sort of year. It's a Disney, like we've gotten Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, Dumbo, all of those. It's this kind of new live action take on Pinocchio, Disneyfied, the Disney version of that sort of thing. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that this one is going to star one Tom Hanks as someone. Let's find out.
Tom Hanks has got to be the cricket for sure.
Tom Hanks is Geppetto, who is the wood carver who builds and raises Pinocchio
Geppetto.
as if he were his real son. It also stars Cynthia Erivo, Luke Evans. Joseph Gordon-Levitt is voicing the cricket. Yeah,
I can take it.
Keegan-Michael Key as well. So it's like I said, it's like all those things, just a live action remake type thing. Directed by Robert Zemeckis. So that's exciting.
Wilson. That's also Robert Zemeckis.
Yes, Zemeckis he's an interesting filmmaker. He's a bit all over the place, but he's certainly capable of delivering. I think that. Yeah. I mean, yeah,
he's a Zimmer, if you will. He can do a really good thing, but then he can just show up for a paycheck. Good thing.
Yeah. I think more recently he's fallen off a little bit, but hey, we'll see what happens with Pinocchio. Finally, Hocus Pocus 2. Are you a fan of the first Hocus Pocus? I feel like a lot of people liked that when I was a kid, and I was never really my thing, but maybe it was yours.
Is that the Three Witches?
That's the Three Witches. Yeah, it's a 90s movie. Sarah Jessica Parker, Bette Midler, and someone else. Some third lady. Was this your thing?
It was a thing.
I just remember it was hugely popular, and people still love this film. And it wasn't really my thing. And it's not even that it's bad. It's just I don't even know. It just wasn't my thing. I just wasn't interested in it for whatever reason.
And it's been so long since I've seen it. I don't know if it has any like nostalgia value or anything.
Okay, so I wasn't sure because I figure Hocus Pocus 2 is like fully a nostalgia driven kind of thing, and that's not a bad thing, you know what I mean? Like, we obviously like a lot of nostalgia driven things too. It's just we don't have the nostalgia in the first place, so it's like, okay, good for people that care.
I guess that's happening,
but it's happening, and everyone's back. I think the Three Witches are back: Sarah Jessica Parker, Bette Midler, and the third person who I could not honestly name for you right now. They'll be back, and I think it's going to come out around Halloween, appropriately enough. So
nice.
So there you go. It's fucking Hocus Pocus 2.
So there you go.
There you go. God damn it! I didn't want to watch House of Gucci again.
House of Gucci. There you go.
All right, it's time for the theatrical releases. Let's go in order, starting with January. It's a month that's already gone by, and let me tell you that it's funny. I was looking at my AMC. I'm like, I swear I haven't seen a movie in a long time. The last movie I saw was in early January, and it was Spider-Man No Way Home, a film that came out in December. And I haven't been back. I haven't been back to the theater since, and I don't think you have either, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you've been making some plans on the side. But yeah, January was pretty rough looking. The only one I'll shout out was one that I think we were interested in, still haven't seen, but I think it played pretty well. Technically dethroned Spider-Man No Way Home as the number one, I think, when it came out, and that's Scream. Which I thought looked interesting, and I, was curious about it, and I still would like to see it at some point. It's just a question mark of whether I'll actually see it while it's still in theaters. At this point, I think it's safe to say we won't cover it, but it certainly came out, and it was apparently pretty all right. So, good on it, I would say. But yeah, that's January.
All right.
It was a little dry. February. This is where things start to heat up a little bit. Maybe not too much, but maybe a little bit. February 11th actually brought us Death on the Nile, and you probably didn't even know that, did you?
Oh, I didn't know it. No.
Yeah, so that might be one that's worth checking out.
Is that a movie theater only movie?
It is a movie theater. I think, unless I can see a reason where it would be something that would also be streamed, I think everything that I'm talking about from here on out is going to be theaters only. We're back in that mode.
Okay.
Nothing's coming to HBO same day. Yeah, it's a rare occurrence. Now, I think the window is shrinking. So I think a lot of movies are doing like a 45-day window. Like all the Paramount movies will go to Paramount Plus 45 days after their theatrical release date. So you have a shorter window if you don't feel like going to see it in the theater. But otherwise, yeah, you got to make the trek. Unfortunately, you gotta do it. So Death on the Nile is in fact a theatrical release. It's the latest in the Hercule Poirot series from Kenneth Branagh. It's the second one, to be fair. The sequel to Murder on the Orient Express. Yeah, I mean, I want to see it. It's gotten pretty solid reviews, not like amazing, but pretty solid, and I liked that first one well enough that I'm down for another murder mystery type thing with a sprawling cast of mostly problematic people at this point. It's an unfortunate thing that they've basically had to market this while hiding the presence of half the cast in it, but
what's happened? Who's the cast?
Well, it's got Armie Hammer, the cannibal, principally. He didn't get a character poster. You got Letitia Wright, the anti-vaxxer, who was fucking up the Black Panther production most of the time. I think you got Russell Brand, who might also be an anti-vaxxer, who is not afraid to share his opinion. There might be one other, but those are the three that jump to mind of just being like, "Oh boy, once upon a time this was an exceptionally."
Scandalous.
Oh, well, there's also Gal Gadot, who I think she is Israeli and she served in the Israeli Defense Forces, but there's a lot of conflict between Israel and Palestine, and she has very clearly come out in favor of the IDF over the Palestinian forces, and that's a controversial opinion for a lot of people. So her kind of staunch defense of the IDF, who many people regard as not so great. So I think her to a lesser extent than some of the others. But it's just a lot of foot and mouth kind of situations going on with the cast here.
If anybody's going to have an opinion about that, you're entitled to your opinion about that, I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, certainly more so than like, oh, I know science better than scientists kind of people.
Yeah, exactly.
Or right. I want to drink your blood kind of people. Sure. I can give that a bit more of a pass. Yes, I agree with you. It's not that I agree with her or anything like that, but I can understand.
And I don't even know what opinion she's. I don't know anything about it.
It's just, I think it's a little bit more nuanced than, oh, I'm a fucking moron, which is basically what the other ones are. or I'm a fucking psychopath, who wants to chop people up and eat them. Like, all right, Hannibal Lecter. Okay. I think we can,
I can't get behind that. I'm sorry.
We can unequivocally say that's probably not good, bro. But in spite of all of that, I still want to see Death on the Nile. So who's the real moron here or something or whatever?
No,
but it's out in theaters now. So check it out if you want. And something that also just dropped, Uncharted. Uncharted is now in theaters, starring Marky Mark
way!
And Tom Holland. And
I like Tom Holland.
I'm gonna go see this thing. I think it's gonna be bad, but I'm gonna go see it because I love the Uncharted franchise. And even I know this is going to piss all over my cornflakes of how much I like this franchise. I still hope that there's enough in there, and I hope that Tom Holland is charming enough to at least espouse the ideas of like what a Uncharted movie should be, and hopefully he can overcome the Marky Markness of him being a really bad Sully. Hopefully,
I think you ought to enter the theater with a wine.
I'm gonna enter the theater.
Or having partaken of a wine.
Hoping for the best, maybe with a drink or two already in my system. And if I can have fun and detach myself from my affinity for the video games, from my expectations, then sure, maybe it'll be fun. But I think that Uncharted might be an episode that we cover, or it might be a movie that we cover for an episode, rather.
It might be fun. We have
it could be. It could be really fun, and even if it's bad, it could still be fun. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's just so bad that it's really fucking bad. We don't really know what we're getting when we go in with something like that. So that could be a fun episode to have a post-mortem on, perhaps. But we got this episode, and we got Boba Fett, obviously, that we talked about. So it would probably be the next in line after that, potentially. So maybe, we'll see. Maybe it's something we get around to, just will be a little bit after it's released. Last in February, the 25th, we're getting Studio 666. That's the Foo Fighters movie that we saw the trailer for a little while back, which I think
absolutely all in on that.
Super fun. Definitely want to see that. Maybe not one we cover again, but definitely something I want to see as a big Foo fan who's going to be seeing them live in May.
Oh, nice,
that'll be fun.
Dude.
That'll be fun. So, moving on to March. March 4th, I think, is probably the first oh shit kind of movie. Like 2022 is kicking off. The Batman. Batman
shit.
comes out March 4th. That's 2 weeks away. away.
No way, dude.
2 weeks away. We're getting the Batman. Tickets are on sale now.
Pre-order tickets.
They're on sale now. I should maybe look into that. I've got some for opening night myself in Dolby. Very excited for it. It's a 3-hour movie, so prepare your bladder accordingly.
Holy shit, it's a 3-hour fucking Batman?
Yeah.
A 3-hour Batman?
Yeah.
Fuck.
We've talked about it a lot. I really don't think there's a whole lot to add here.
I didn't know it was going to be 3 hours.
Yeah,
so
it's like
3
253, 254, something like that. It's fucking right under 3 hours.
Runtime for me is the same as episode count for a TV show, right?
Yeah.
So like your 6 hour or your 6 episode count, your 6 to 8 episode count. That's like
a 2-hour deal.
That's like a 2-hour deal, right? Like that should be the norm for most television shows. Now you start hitting 10 or 12, you better have something to say, right? You better be self-indulgent. You better be like, you're going to have to have something really special. A 3-hour Batman movie.
You might have something really special with a 3-hour Batman movie from fucking Matt Reeves, who has not missed in his career. I'll say that right now. He has not missed in his career.
This might be something special. It might be something very special.
I will say...
It might be the best Batman movie we have ever seen.
It could be. I'll say at a minimum, it is one of my most anticipated films of the year. I think walking into a few days before recording this episode, it was absolutely the top of my list. A recent trailer has maybe knocked it off potentially, and we'll get to there in May. But it's still probably number 2 at a minimum. I mean, I'm fucking stoked for this.
Very, 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 very stoked.
So yeah, we've seen a lot of footage from it. We kind of know what's going on with it, but we've seen probably 4 or 5 minutes worth of footage out of a 3-hour film. So there's a lot left to uncover, I think. So the Batman on March 4th.
That's incredible.
Everyone,
That's very exciting.
Prepare your butts for a 4-hour episode or maybe a couple episodes, because it just feels like it's going to be one of those. I just have a feeling. I just have a feeling is what I'm saying. But we'll move on to March 18th. The first A24 film on the list.
Ooh.
X. Film called X. About the making of an X-rated film that goes bad.
Yeah, this looks fucking spectacular, too. I'm all about this one.
A24 rarely, if ever, misses. Especially these days. I think maybe in the early days, they probably had a few, things that weren't as, as good as kind of their current crop is. But it feels like anytime A24 makes a film or, funds a film, like they know they've got something unique or special or fucking just so bonkers out there sort of thing that like you can't help but pay attention. You know what I mean? And so
even if the style or the content isn't your shit,
right, it's all over the place.
You can appreciate the direction at the very least. The
that it's going to be a work of art. And art may appeal to you, it may not appeal to you. Movies may appeal to you, they may not appeal to you. But you can see at least the artistry on display, if nothing else. So I think this one looks fucking super compelling.
It looks wildly entertaining.
It looks very entertaining. It looks like a great A24 horror kind of film. You know what I mean? Like A24 has put out plenty of horror films, and and usually they're all weird and the fuck is what's going on here? And this appears to be no exception to that. So I'm excited for it. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Is this going to be for everyone? No, hell no, of course not. But it might be for us.
I don't think it'll make me feel as weird as Suspiria. I think
probably not.
I've never felt more like this is X is
uncomfortable.
Why? Like if somebody were to like, hey, I'm looking for Andrew. Yeah, he's over there in that theater, and they come looking for me, and they come see me watching that movie in the middle of the movie theater. I will feel. I need to take a shower. I just don't want to feel.
I walked into the wrong auditorium. I think there's something about the film that was hypnotizing me. I'm not really sure I don't even know where I am. Who are you?
Yeah.
Who am I?
That was a wonky one for sure. Yeah. This one looks really entertaining, though. I'm really excited about it.
Yes. March 25th, 2 films, actually. The Lost City. First of all, that's the Sandra Bullock, Channing Tatum, and Brad Pitt one, where they're on an island. And Channing Tatum's Fabio, and Brad Pitt's a badass, like, mercenary dude or something like that. Oh, and she's a writer, like a romantic novelist or something like that. Which looked fun, as I recall from talking about the trailer. It looked like a load of fun, but also very different from the other film coming out on the 25th, which I think is also an A24 film, if I'm not mistaken. Let's do a fact check on that. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. That's the weird.
That's definitely
multiversal sort of thing with Michelle Yeoh in it, and it is indeed an A24 film. So A24 is having a good month in March, it seems. But yeah, this is the one where like this woman like can work across multiple universes for some fucking reason, and it looked out there and crazy and interesting. I think
Yeah.
So there's
very least interesting.
Definitely interesting. So I'm interested in this interesting film. But that brings us to April, and we're getting some more goodies in April. I mean, come on. We're starting off with a bang. April Fool's Day, Morbius. Jared Leto's Morbius. Is this going to be the worst film of the year?
It's likely.
Is it going to be the worst film of the year? Are we going to cover it? Maybe that's the more salient question.
We didn't cover Carnage.
We didn't cover Carnage. So it honestly feels more like a timing thing where it's just like, oh God, do we have to do it? I'll say question mark for now, because if we can fit it into the schedule, maybe we will. I mean, we still haven't seen Venom. Neither of us have seen Venom 2. At least with Venom 2, we'd already seen Venom 1. We're just like, no, come on, fuck you. We're not doing that to ourselves again. Like, we know what we're getting. I mean, Morbius, yes, we know what we're getting, but maybe it'll be more fascinating walking into it in a sort of, all right, what the hell is this?
Venom 1. you
right,
know?
exactly.
Like if we saw Morbius and then they came out with a Morbius 2, maybe we could skip Morbius 2.
Correct. And hopefully our world does not end with a Morbius 2, but, you know. Who thought we'd have Venom 1 and 2, I suppose. So, you know, what are you going to do? But Morbius looks bad. Jared Leto sucks, and it's probably going to be a bad film, but it's coming out. So we'll maybe check it out, or maybe we won't. And certainly, if nothing else, I'm sure we'll laugh at the reviews as they come in, or be pleasantly surprised by them. Who's to say? We'll find out. But April 8th, I think, is going to bring us the film that I am, dare I say it, actually legitimately excited for, unlike Morbius. Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Hell yeah.
You know, and I think you liked the first one better than I did. I think that's fair to say. But this one feels like it's a bit more unrestrained, or a little bit more video gamey with its approach, and that's what I wanted. And so we did get a Super Bowl spot for this. I guess I'll throw that out there right now. We did get a Super Bowl spot for it, which just kind of shows off the mayhem of it. You know, you got Sonic, you got Tails, you got Knuckles, you got fucking Jim Carrey being goddamn Dr. Eggman. You know, it looks fucking ridiculous.
Yes,
but that's fun. That's fun. I like that. You know, like, that's what we've been missing. You know, that's what I felt was missing from a lot of the Sonic the Hedgehog 1, was this weird hodgepodge of a video gaming character in an otherwise pretty normal real life setting.
Yeah, that's fair. I think the thing I'm looking forward to most is that giant ass Dr. Eggman robot.
Yeah, I mean, come on. That's what I'm saying. That's straight out of the fucking video games, man. Like, that's awesome.
You gotta have it. That's essential.
That's fun. That's what I wanted to see. I mean, yeah, I think it still takes place on Earth or whatever, but like, okay, but at least they're having fun with it, and it's getting ridiculous with it, you know, and it's not just everything's normal, but except there's a blue hedgehog, and like, he says funny things a lot. Like, it's still that, obviously, but it's all these other ridiculous elements, like fucking Chaos Emerald. Like, I'm excited for this. I mean, I'm not like thrilled about it, and like, it's not in my most anticipated films of 2022, like the Batman or anything like that. But like, hell yeah, I'll go see this, and we'll fucking cover it. You know, like, it. Unlike why we didn't cover Venom 2, this one looks to be an improvement on its predecessor in a way that I think excites probably both of us and is worthy of seeing.
It's gonna be fun.
So we're going to have fun. We're going to have fun with Sonic 2, I think. So April 8th, we'll have that. But we'll also have the latest from Michael Bay. I was just giving him shit for making too many Transformers films. Ambulance. Ambulance is coming from Michael Bay. Also got a Super Bowl spot. Was it Jake Gyllenhaal and Yahya Abdul-Mateen II, I believe?
That's right. It sounds right.
What do you think? What do you think about this one? I don't think we've talked about this at all.
I don't think I'll go see that movie.
Yeah, don't really give a shit. It's kind of how I feel about it. I mean, it's better than him making, you know, big budget schlocky shit, but I just am not a huge Michael Bay fan. And although I like Jake Gyllenhaal and Yahya Abdul-Mateen II, and looks like Itza Gonzalez is in it as well, like, fine. It's not a bad cast at all, but he just doesn't do it for me as a director. And to be honest, if you're going up against Sonic the Hedgehog 2, I gotta go with my boy Sonic on this one.
Lose.
I'm going with Sonic. Sonic's gonna blow off the box office. Ambulance is gonna get swallowed alive. It's just gonna happen. That's just how it's gonna play out. There's no doubt in my mind. So Sonic's got my money. Ambulance is certainly a thing, and maybe it won't even be a bad film. I don't know, but I don't know. It just doesn't have me interested. Well, that brings us to April 15th then. Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore. I think we talked about this. It's probably not a whole lot we need to rehash here. I think you're a little bit more engaged with this than I am, but I like Maz. I'm excited to see Maz, you know, be a much better Grindelwald than Johnny Depp was, but other than that, I have extremely little enthusiasm on any front for this film. But maybe you have a little bit more. It could be good. It certainly probably won't be worse than the second one. We should hope.
No. It can't be.
Nowhere to go but up kind of thing. But yeah, it feels like this is an all-time low for the Harry Potter franchise overall. So hopefully it does recover. I mean, if it's, if you're going to keep making these fucking things, at least make them worthwhile. If they're just peddling shit out every 2 or 3 years, then it just feels insufferable. While I'm not overly excited about it, yeah, I mean, maybe it's fine. I can live with that. I can live with that end result if they at least pick up the quality. So yeah, that's the 15th. April 22nd. How about this one? How about The Northman? How about that?
Fuck yeah.
Are you excited or something for that? Oh, yes. I think we'll absolutely cover The Northman. It's definitely got that Green Knight Dune-esque type of potential, I think, for you, sure. At least.
Absolutely.
And it looks fucking awesome. It looks incredibly awesome. So I'm very excited about it. I feel like maybe we'll get another trailer or so before then. Maybe we'll talk about it then. But, I think, this was an overnight, 0 to 100 for you. And really for me, too. And I'm not
out of nowhere.
But this is the style of film that I know is supremely your shit. And usually what is supremely your shit, at a bare minimum, I'm also going to enjoy. We have pretty similar sensibilities overall.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's a lot of crossover pretty typically. It's probably why we started this podcast or something like that, is that we tend to not butt heads over these sorts of things, but certainly we've got differing ideas and different philosophies towards things. But this, it's got indie vibes, but it's
good.
Vikings and some badass shit. And Robert Eggers.
It looks like a raw fucking movie.
Yeah, it does look raw. That's a good word for it. It looks incredible. So I'm very, very excited for that. But also on April 22nd is another film that I think looks pretty interesting as well. I mean, not to the same tier, obviously, as The Northman, but certainly something I think that would be fun to watch. The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. That's the Nick Cage one.
Yeah, it looks like
where he's playing Nick Cage. So yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good 1-2 punch there. But they don't stop there. There's a third punch. The Bad Guys. It's an animated film, and I think it's not quite as exciting as the other two in my assessment. But maybe you disagree.
Is that the Wolf?
That's the Wolf. The Wolf is going good.
Okay.
Hey, pretty good use of Billie Eilish throughout the trailer. Very appropriate for a film called The Bad Guys. But yeah, it feels like it's going to get. I mean, maybe not financially speaking. I'm not thinking that The Northman or Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent are breaking the bank and bringing in huge box office numbers. But I can guarantee I'm seeing those two films before I see The Bad Guys. And I don't even think The Bad Guys looks bad or anything like that. It's just, I don't know. It's another animated film, but not one that inspires I don't know, confidence or inspiration in a way that something like Turning Red did, for example. That's, Turning Red looks fucking awesome. The Bad Guys looks like a standard animated kids film. You know what I mean? There's a distinction there, I think, to be made. So that's where I'm at with those April films. Any thoughts on Sonic, Ambulance, Fantastic Beasts, Northman, blah, 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 April films? Any other thoughts?
Nope.
All right. Well, then let's proceed to May, to that film that I alluded to earlier, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Let's just have a quick 20 to 30 minute sidebar on this new trailer that we got. Things just got out of hand.
What the fuck is happening in this?
So I'm hyped for the Batman, and I was hyped for Doctor Strange anyway. Don't get me wrong, I was hyped for Doctor Strange anyway. But this new trailer was fucking wow. I think. Yeah. I mean, there's some revelations in this, and should we just start with probably the biggest one? What I would assert is the biggest one.
Are we talking about the voice?
That is goddamn Patrick Stewart, and you cannot convince me otherwise.
It is Patrick Stewart.
It's definitely Patrick Stewart.
What's it mean?
What does it mean? I mean, so, I am one that I like to envelop myself in speculation and rumors and stuff here and there. As far as I can tell, I think that we're getting the Illuminati. We're getting an MCU Illuminati, which is apparently a multiversal Illuminati with the likes of, at the very least, Patrick Stewart's Professor X. I mean, maybe it's maybe it's the X-Men version of Professor X that we've seen, or it's just a different version that's clearly inspired by, given that, I think Sir Patrick Stewart is basically synonymous with Charles Xavier at this point. And we see what looks like another Captain Marvel that appears to be a black woman. I think it's probably Maria Rambeau, but I don't know for sure. Amongst other things in this trailer, don't get me wrong, amongst other things.
If it's the Illuminati, that's essentially a multi-dimensional Avengers. Is that I
right? Mean, I don't even know if Avengers is maybe the right comparison. It's more like, honestly, it feels more to me like a multiversal. I mean, it feels like a TVA replacement more than anything else. Like Loki breaks the multiverse, and then you get this group of superheroes that maybe are coming in to patch things up as best as they can and keep control over shit from getting completely bonkers. Right? Okay. Like, that's kind of how I see it. Because it looks like Doctor Strange is being peddling, he's being peddled before them, presumably for Spider-Man, and like, whatever he did in Spider-Man, like, things shit. Getting fucked up. And they're just like, look, dude, like, So that's my best guess, but I don't know. I don't really know what's going on. And I'm saying this is all speculation. I mean, I'm like 99% sure it's Patrick Stewart, but yes.
You get a crazy zombie.
You have zombies?
You got a crazy zombie Doctor Strange. You got a Doctor Strange, but his gray streaks
they're a little higher up.
They're a little bit higher up, and he's got like a different look about him.
Yeah, and then different facial hair as well.
Yep, and then you got a which looks like a evil Doctor Strange or whatever. He just
which I think we had speculated at one point. Maybe that's the what if Doctor Strange, and maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe it's just another Doctor Strange who's gone off the deep end a little bit. I don't know.
And then we get our regular Doctor Strange. We have
the regular one. We have the regular Doctor Strange, and then we also have Wanda, and crazy looking Wanda with blood on her face and shit. We've got America Chavez,
Wanda from the TV show,
and Wanda. What's going on here, man? I mean, we're all over the map.
There's so much shit.
Maybe Shomagoroth, tentacled monster.
Oh, he was definitely there. He got cut in half by magical saw blades. You get the Chavez girl.
Yep. America Chavez is in here. Oh, what the hell is this movie? I mean, what is it? I mean, this is a great trailer, is what I would say. And Sam Raimi we trust. It just feels like, especially those zombies are giving me some strong Evil Dead vibes.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of just the designs of them, like the sunken in eyes just feel...
It's perfect.
I mean, oh, man. Dude, there's just so much going on in this. And I feel like it's probably...
like he's just... Yeah. Oh, man.
And here's the thing. I think that Marvel is very careful and deliberate with their marketing. So if they're showing this shit off, what does this movie contain? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's got to be barely scratching the surface of the types of things that we could see in this film. And I've seen rumors about like a few kind of crazy things, like alternate universe versions of certain characters. And maybe that's true, maybe that's not. I mean, I feel like it's kind of wide open of how they're going to play fast and loose with a multiverse of madness. But indeed, if you are titling it that way, you got to feel pretty confident that fucking Professor X is apparently not the craziest thing you're going to come up with. You know what I mean? If that's what you're putting in the trailer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like then you've got some surprises that you're holding on to.
And then what are the implications of this? If you do have the Illuminati in there, I mean, this is the start of a fight against a Thanos level villain, right?
Yeah, Kang maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Kang feels like the more multiversal timeline, timey-wimey sort of villain that they could be coming across.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, maybe this is building towards whatever we see in Ant-Man, and then maybe in an Avengers-esque sequel. I mean, they got a plan. They got a plan for all this. They don't put anything in there unintentionally or without some sort of greater purpose, that they're building toward.
They know what they're doing. They're pros. They're so good.
They've got it down pat at this point. They can do it in movies. They can do it in TV shows. And this is just one of a few MCU movies that we're going to see in 2022. So we're going to start off. We're going to have Moon Knight and March, like we talked about. We're going to have this in May to follow. So we're going to be doing just fine on the MCU front. I mean, maybe they'll peak early. I don't even know, but holy shit, this trailer was fucking nuts, you know. And I know you're way more of a Doctor Strange guy than I am, but this has got me.
It's got you pumped.
It's got me pumped in a way that the first one didn't. And the first one was just like, he can like make shields and shit, man. This one has them like, yeah, there's 3 Doctor Stranges and fucking, 9 Wandas and, like
it's crazy.
just absolute madness, which is what you'd want out of this film. So I love it. Any other thoughts on Doctor Strange then?
No, super hyped.
Very, very hyped. Definitely in my top 2. Maybe Batman and this one are like
Batman
tied for number
and a
1.
ridiculous Doctor Strange year. This is a good year for me.
These I think are my top 2. I think overall so far that I'm excited. Most anticipated.
And then
for
Vikings
2022.
third.
Yeah, Northman might be there. Yeah. I don't know if it's my number 3, but it's at least in my top 5. I can say that without a doubt. But it might be 3 for me.
We'll have to see it. So far out of the
so far, indeed. All right, May 13th, Firestarter. Which is also going to be on Peacock. So yes, you won't have to go to the theater for this one if you're interested in it. I think it's a Stephen King adaptation about a little girl with some fire powers and, being bullied and things not going so well and her losing control. I thought it looked interesting.
It's a real Carrie situation.
Yeah, apparently Stephen King has the same sort of vibe. He just gives characters different powers so that it's different.
Right.
Am I going to see this in theaters? I don't know. Especially given that it's on Peacock. Maybe not. But I thought it looked entertaining enough for kind of what it was going for.
I skipped this one.
All right. Well, then we'll skip on along to May 20th. There are 2 films here. One I know you're definitely more excited for than the other, but let's start with the less exciting one. DC League of Super Pets. The Rock. It's Kevin Hart. They're voicing animated animals that have superpowers.
Yeah.
And it's probably going to be fine. Probably be entertaining enough. This is of the bad guys territory of animation quality for me of, yeah, fine, whatever.
Right.
It's not Soul, it's not Luca, it's not Encanto, it's not Mitchell's, it's not any of those sorts of things, but kids will like it. And so good for them. Good for the fucking kids or whatever. Yeah. But also on May 20th, we have a film from a man named Alex Garland, and it's called Men.
This looks weird as shit. I don't know what's going on here.
Also an A24 film. We got a teaser for it. Stars Jesse Buckley. It looks weird, but weird is kind of his thing, as we've learned from Ex Machina, as we've learned from Annihilation, even more so perhaps.
Yeah, for sure.
And I want it. I don't know enough maybe for this to vault into being more anticipated than something like The Northman, but like Alex Garland is the name that you put it on your list of most anticipated because you really don't even give a shit what he's making, but you're interested.
Yeah.
You're interested in Devs too. We should talk about Devs, obviously, is another thing that obviously he had a huge hand in and was fantastic. So yeah.
Good. Yeah. He's a creative force to be reckoned with.
Indeed he is.
He puts his name on the top of the billet. Billet? Is that right? That's right.
Billing? I don't know. Sure. Whatever.
I don't know. If his name's at the fucking top, you're gonna you just go watch it.
You check in. You see what's going on there. Exactly.
Yes.
No doubt.
So,
yeah. So, one last film in May, a film that has been long delayed. And perhaps this is probably maybe it's still in your most anticipated, or maybe it's been bumped out because it's been too damn long and it's missed its window. Top Gun Maverick.
Fuck.
I mean, this film still hasn't fucking come out. Isn't that nuts? It doesn't even come out for another 3+ months. Like, what the fuck? Tom Cruise was fucking 30 years old when he filmed this film. He's 70 now. It's not true, but it feels like it. It's
close. Yeah, that's a lot of good movies are coming out in the first 3 months of the year.
I keep delaying this film, and so they basically haven't been putting out any more trailers of it. But presumably they'll start the hype machine relatively soon. And if they're actually sticking with this date, this is definitely one that's our shit that we're going to be in for.
Yeah, this is an IMAX movie for sure.
Yeah. Man, I'm excited for this. And, I've been excited for it for a year and a half. And to be honest, my enthusiasm has waned. So I'm hoping that the hype machine...
I forgot about it.
Exactly. It's just like, you missed your fucking window. Like, it was supposed to come out, I think, in December, and then they bumped it again. It was like, oh, COVID. I'm like, yeah, but like, Spider-Man, dude. Like, you're clearly wrong about things. So, maybe it paved the way for Spider-Man to just destroy everything in its path, but like, I could have appreciated a Top Gun around Christmas, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, sure.
I guess I'll go see it in late May. I guess that's what I'll have to do, but...
That's been their goal the whole time, is forget about it. Just forget about Top Gun. I completely forgot about it, so when they start dropping those trailers...
Yeah, they'll put them back in theaters and be like, oh shit, Top Gun's back.
Okay. Yeah, that's coming around the corner. I'm excited about it again.
Yeah. So, yeah, well, whenever a new trailer rolls around, I'll throw it in the news section, and the hype machine will begin anew. And we'll look forward to May 27th when hopefully Top Gun Maverick debuts. June 10th, Jurassic World Dominion, the conclusion to the Jurassic World trilogy, perhaps the conclusion to the Jurassic Park franchise. Probably not, though, realistically, money talks. But certainly this iteration, I think, is coming to a close with Chris Pratt, Bryce Dallas Howard, and back. We got Jeff Goldblum, and appears in a full-fledged role alongside Sam Neill and Laura Dern.
That's cool.
Yeah, Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom was fucking horrendous. But I had fun with this trailer. There was a new trailer that came out, I think, a week or so ago. I had fun with this trailer. And I think a lot of it is owed to the fact that it is bringing back the old cast and apparently giving them, an equal-sized role as Chris Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard. And it also is not constrained to the park. The world has become infested with dinosaurs, so I feel like it opens up the world in a more exciting way, whereas Fallen Kingdom was like, how many millions of dollars do you want to spend on this dinosaur? Oh, you want to spend $1 million on the dinosaur? Okay, that's a pretty good deal. Oh yeah, I'll accept that. It feels like they've
that movie
trying
was
to
shit.
Oh, it was real shit. It feels like they've been trying to build to this point of getting to the point of the world being coated with dinosaurs. They didn't really know how to do it, and that's why Fallen Kingdom sucked as much as it did. But it does feel like they knew what they wanted to do maybe once they got to this point. And so I feel like this has to be a better film. It was definitely a better trailer than anything we got for Fallen Kingdom, I thought, anyway.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah, so I waited a few days since this the trailer dropped, and I'm like, I don't care. And I saw, obviously we needed to watch it for recording this, and so I did, and I'm just like, okay, this is better than I expected. Honestly, better than I expected. So my hype levels,
when expectations are in the fucking bucket.
Yeah. Certainly nowhere to go but up with that. So they did tick up a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. So
yeah,
I don't feel so bad about like, oh god, do we have to cover this? Like, I hope that it's 2 hours of fun, if nothing else. You know what I mean?
At the very least,
not dumb shit fun, but just like that's solid enough. Not groundbreaking, not world breaking, but fun. I'll take fun.
Not a steaming pile of dinosaur dung either.
Like Fallen Kingdom was. An excellent way of putting it. And so if it ends up being a shithouse film, we'll rename that category to dinosaur dung for the purposes of that episode, because I think that's excellently put. All right, June 17th. Want to move on?
Yeah, let's do it.
Pixar's Lightyear. Another trailer for that too that came out. Chris Evans is Lightyear. He's not Tim Allen, but he's the actual inspiration for the toys in Toy Story. And he's going off on he's going to infinity and beyond and going on adventures and shit. What'd you think about the trailer that we got? Are you excited for Lightyear, June 17th? I
am. I like this.
I am
this
too.
Looks cool.
It looks really fucking cool. It looks just really visually interesting, and it feels like Pixar doing like a straight sci-fi story without any sort of gimmick. Like, it sounds fucking cool, and it looks fucking cool.
When's the last time they've done one, with the exception of WALL-E?
That's probably the last time.
Last one.
Probably the last time, yeah.
And WALL-E was fucking incredible.
WALL-E was incredible. And that was... I'm going to do it again. I'm pretty sure that was literally a decade ago. So...
it's got to be further than a decade. That movie
probably more, you're right. It's probably further than... It's over a decade ago, shall we say.
Yeah.
So it's been a long fucking time since they've done anything like that. which is great.
So, yeah.
Excited for that.
I am excited too. It's a really cool way to bring to breathe new life into a well-established IP. You know what I mean?
Right. You know, we've had four Toy Stories, and as much as we liked Toy Story 4 and would probably enjoy Toy Story 5, this is so totally different and so totally out there compared to those that it feels like a really, really fun way to advance the franchise without necessarily advancing it, but expanding on it. You know what I mean? So
exactly.
So I'm excited for it. June 17th. June 24th, we're getting a horror film from Scott Derrickson, the original director of Doctor Strange, called The Black Phone, with Ethan Hawke in it. There's a black phone in it as well. Don't pick it up. Voices will talk to you. Anything you're interested in?
Was there a trailer to that?
There was, and you may have watched it. You may not have. If you forgot about it, maybe that's an indication of the film quality. Who's to say?
Yeah, that's completely forgettable.
All right. Well, let me. How about this? I'll give you an old-fashioned synopsis of it, and you can tell me if that appeals to you or not. And again, Ethan Hawke, I think, is the bad guy in this, who's wearing a mask and shit. Let's see.
Oh,
Did
I
you
have
find
seen
something?
the trailer for this.
Okay. Yeah. It's an abducted child who can communicate with past victims of his kidnapper, and the kidnapper is Ethan Hawke.
Yes. I've seen I saw the trailer for this a while ago.
Yeah, probably in theaters
that
for
looks
something.
like something. Yeah, that looks like something I'm interested in.
Okay. All right. I thought you were going to go another direction based on the fact that you couldn't remember it, but now that you have, yeah, I mean, curious about it. We'll give it a look.
Curious. Maybe.
How about June 24th, the same day as The Black Phone, Elvis from Baz Luhrmann, starring DJ Nanda Parbeats from Arrow, if you recall, way back in the day. He's come a long way. He's coming from guest spots on Arrow to starring as goddamn Elvis Presley in feature films. But what do you think? What do you think about Elvis? Are you excited for it? There was a new trailer that dropped and all, so.
Yeah, that looked actually pretty good.
Looked pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, like it looked like his makeup was a little like, I didn't know quite how to feel about his face.
Yeah.
Like it was kind of uncanny valley a little bit. But then it just kind of felt weird, like it was overdone in certain spots.
I feel like, there's parts in the trailer where it feels like, he doesn't look anything like him other than the hair. And there's parts where it's just like they did something to try to make him look more like Elvis, and then it feels weird. Like it didn't totally work.
Like it was, I don't know, it's kind of strange. But I don't know, the story looks like it could be interesting. It's no James Brown. I wouldn't say.
No, it doesn't feel like he's become Elvis. No, by any stretch of the imagination. But good enough is fine for something like this. I think Baz Luhrmann's direction is what's going to carry this film. Is the colorfulness and how it bounces around and captures it is going to be a huge part of how this film's brought to life. So,
and devil's in the details, right? Like it just depends on the story that they want to tell and how they tell it. So we'll see. Yeah,
and I feel like have we had a good Elvis biopic? I mean, have we?
I don't think no, I don't think I've seen one.
we got Bubba Hotep, so there's that. But I don't think that's what we're looking for.
No, I immediately thought of the Johnny Cash movie.
Well, I did too for a second. I was like, wait, who's that? No, that wasn't Elvis. It wasn't about Elvis. Right, exactly. So I was just like, no, I don't think we have.
Not that I can recall, besides Bubba Hotep.
We got Bubba Hotep.
That's a good pool.
That's all we got. It just feels like, I don't know, it's kind of crazy that there hasn't been something along these lines. But obviously, we're kind of seeing maybe a resurgence of musical biopics with Bohemian and Rocket Man, and I'm sure we got something last year that's slipping in my mind. But yeah, cool. Well, I'll be willing to check it out. Let's move on to July, and now we're getting into the point where we don't have a whole lot of footage for things, so we're really just going to have to go off of titles and plot synopses and whatnot, with an exception here or there. But July 1st, we have Minions: The Rise of Gru, a film that was delayed from 2021, which was probably also delayed from 2020, and is still a film that I do not give a single fuck about. How about you?
Yeah, I don't give a shit, really, to be honest.
It's about Minions, and it's a prequel to Despicable Me. And I don't hate those films, but I just don't care. I just don't care. Typical kids film. People will enjoy this. It'll make money. It's not going to bother me, but I don't care. But I do care about what's coming out on July 8th, and I believe you do as well. Thor: Love and Thunder.
Yes. Care very deeply about this.
This is one I think that would probably be higher in my most anticipated if we have seen, we haven't seen anything from this film yet. We know what's coming in this film. We know who's coming in this film, but we really haven't seen a lot from it. So that's kind of the thing. It's the same thing with Doctor Strange. Like, Multiverse of Madness wouldn't have jumped up in my like, oh my God, I'm so anticipated for this type of thing had that new trailer not come out. I would have been excited for it, but I'm excited to see what happens with Love and Thunder. Obviously, Hemsworth is back as Thor. Tessa Thompson's back as Valkyrie. We'll get the Guardians of the Galaxy involved in some capacity as well, given the ending of Endgame. But we're also beginning getting Natalie Portman back as Jane Foster, and she will be taking the mantle of Thor in some capacity. She will be the mighty Thor that was someone that we had seen in recent comic books, with Jane basically getting Mjolnir and becoming Thor. I think that's pretty exciting. She got pretty fucking buff for this film, from what I understand, so that's cool. And we'll be getting Christian Bale playing the villain, Gore the God Butcher.
The God Butcher. Just say that one more time. The villain for Love and Thunder is Gore the God Butcher.
God Butcher, played by Christian Bale. Come on.
I need a trailer, and then that could potentially be a incredibly anticipated movie for 2022.
But of course, co-written by Taika Waititi, directed by Taika Waititi, coming off of Ragnarok. I mean,
it's gonna be excellent.
It's called fucking Thor: Love and Thunder. I mean, come on, with that name right there.
The only one that could have been better is Thor 4 Valhalla.
Well, of course. I mean, we obviously wrote and directed a fictionalized version of Thor 4 Valhalla that's absolutely better than every other MCU film ever made. It's probably the greatest film of all time. It surpasses your Godfather Part 2s and your 2001: A Space Odysseys. It's just a classic. It's a real classic. I mean, it's probably the best film that you could ever make. I mean, I don't think it'll ever be even surpassed in the future either. In fact, people will probably just stop making films after they see it because it's so good that they think, why bother? There's nothing. We've peaked as a society.
There's nothing
we're
more to offer.
We're gonna let climate change happen. We're gonna let global warming happen. We're just gonna die. We're gonna die a fiery, horrific death, and it'll be worth it because Thor 4 Valhalla existed and graced our lives. That's probably what happened.
At the very least, it's the best title.
So, I mean, that's probably why it's not going to happen, because we don't want to have that version of society where everything just comes to a standstill and everyone dies out of respect for the majesty of Thor 4 Valhalla. But for anyone that doesn't understand this bit that we're doing, I think, how long ago would you say that we did that? That we brainstormed. It must have been like in the aftermath of Ragnarok coming out, that we brainstormed our vision for Thor 4, which we called Thor 4 Valhalla. And let me clarify: the 4 is in fact the numeral 4, so it's Thor 4 Valhalla. We wrote out a really lengthy plot synopsis on our notes app.
It was good. It was a good.
It was incredible. I mean, it really was just incredible. It was just some of the best. We made some art for it, in fact. Yeah. Anyway, Taika, you have some legacy to live up to in terms of making a Thor 4 happen. Let's just put it at that. So yeah, we're excited for Thor: Love and Thunder. July 8th. July 15th will bring us a film called Bullet Train, which is coming from the director of Atomic Blonde, which is the first film that we covered once upon a time alongside The Dark Tower, in which you chipped your tooth, as we all know.
Yes.
What's Bullet Train about? Let's find out. And the director's name, by the way, is David Leitch. He also did Deadpool 2. It's based on a novel, it looks like, and the premise is it's 5 assassins that find themselves on a Japanese bullet train, realizing that their individual assignments are all interconnected. It stars the likes of Brad Pitt, Joey King, Andrew Koji, Aaron Taylor Johnson, Brian Tyree Henry, Zazie Beetz, Masaoka, Michael Shannon, Logan Lerman, Hiroyuki Sanada, Karen Fukuhara, and Sandra Bullock. So what do you think about that?
That sounds pretty interesting.
That does sound pretty fucking badass to me.
That sounds pretty cool.
David Leitch does action really well. You got a pretty contained setting on a train, Snowpiercer vibes.
Yeah.
But John Wick vibes with the assassins and assassins being interconnected and blah blah blah. So John Wick, Snowpiercer. Okay.
Sounds cool.
Sounds pretty badass to me. So I'm excited for that. July 15th. July 22nd, we have a trailer for this one, actually. Jordan Peele's next film. Following up Get Out. Following up on Yes. Is that what it's called? Yes? Did I just make that up?
Yes?
No. Us. Us.
Oh.
Following up on Us. This film is called Nope. It's a great title. Can't argue with that. And a very, very thought-provoking and interesting trailer, I thought. What did you think?
Yeah. This looks definitely my shit.
So, yeah, I think this might be my number 3. Maybe my number 4, like most anticipated. But it vaulted from, I'm excited to see what Jordan Peele does because I'm always interested since Get Out, like what this guy's getting up to, like what's he doing. And I liked Us. Get Out was definitely better.
He's a busy dude.
He's a busy man. He's Twilight Zoning about occasionally. But when he does a film like this, you can't help but just like tune in and figure out like, all right, what's he doing? I'm curious. So I watched the trailer and I was just like, I don't know what's happening, but I can tell you that I'm fucking ecstatic about it because it looks so interesting and so well shot. Daniel Kaluuya is back. Man, this trailer alone just got me. I mean, I had like a beer or two, I'm not going to lie. So maybe I was just like in the zone, so to speak. But I was fucking blown away by this trailer.
No, it's a really cool trailer.
I'm so excited.
That bit where she gets sucked in, like she's running away, but then she gets like it's almost like she's getting sucked into a spaceship or some shit.
Yeah, it feels like aliens or something. Maybe is what's going on.
Yeah,
Jordan Peele plus aliens. That's interesting.
Yeah, you know? The way it's shot too. The whole movie looks like it's shot so well.
Yeah,
like they're in like this valley. You know, the house is in the valley or whatever, and he's way out there far from the house, and the power drops out, and there's like fucking flags, and there's some man. It just looks nuts, and it's got what's his face from Minari in it.
Stephen Yeun. Yeah,
he's in it for a bit.
Right. Yeah. So it's a great cast. It's Jordan Peele. It's what looks like a compelling premise. It's you know, you haven't busted it out, I don't think, on this entire episode so far, and we're many hours in, I'm sure. So I think you're right. I think it's going to be a tour de force. I agree with you. So I'm very excited for it. I'm very, very excited for it. So it's definitely among my most anticipated for 2022. July 29th, The Rock is Black Adam. So WB put out like a little thing called DC The World Needs Heroes, little clip that actually showed some footage from all of the DC films that we're expecting in 2022, I think. So you got footage from the Batman, you got footage from Black Adam, you got footage from the Flash, and you got footage from Aquaman 2. So I don't know if that's ringing any bells for you. Maybe you watched it, maybe you didn't.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. I think we actually saw our first look at some of the characters, the supporting characters from Black Adam. I think we saw Dr. Fate, Pierce Brosnan's Dr. Fate. I think we heard one line of dialogue from him, maybe. I think saw Hawkman, I believe, at one point. And I think Atom Smasher as well, who's like the big fucking dude running around.
It looks cool.
Yeah, it does. It does look cool. It feels comic booky in a good way, right? You know, like costumes and colorful costumes at that, and you know, The Rock is the rocking about. But I like The Rock. You know, I mean, at least as an actor, I guess I'll say. You know, I think that I don't know if he has the most range or anything like that, but I think he's a very charismatic screen presence to have. And even though Black Adam is kind of a villain, he's sort of an anti-hero in some respects too. So it'll be interesting to see a film focused around him, featuring the Justice Society of America and fucking Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate. I mean, that's some badass shit right there.
Sounds good.
It all sounds pretty fucking cool, honestly. And Shazam is among the higher tiered DC films, certainly of late. So this is kind of a counterpart to that. Black Adam and Shazam are very intertwined as characters, so presumably there's some synergy there, and so hopefully the synergy continues with both being good films. I'm excited for Black Adam. Not a film I would have asked for, but The Rock seems to be a huge fan of, like, I want to make this film, and they've been trying to get this off the ground for a while, and they got that animated thing a while back where it was just like, okay, what the fuck is this? And then even the last live action thing we saw was kind of lame, but this got me way more excited for like the direction of the film, I think, overall. So yeah, I'm excited for Black Adam coming July 29th. Any other thoughts from you?
No, sounds like a awesome thing. I'm gonna be all about it.
Cool. August of 2022 is a bit of a black hole. There's really not a whole lot going on in August, at least as of now, and I hope things maybe shift around, or at least something gets moved up to fill the void. The only thing that I even thought might be mildly interesting is a film called Beast, which stars Idris Elba, and it comes out August 19th. He plays a widowed husband and father who has 2 teenage daughters, and they all find themselves hunted by a massive rogue lion, intent on proving that the savannah has but one apex predator. So it's Idris Elba and daughters trying to outlast a lion.
Okay.
That could be fun. Yeah, I mean, it sounds fucking ridiculous, obviously, but like, all right, maybe that's a compelling film. So anyway, as you can see, I was really grasping at straws to not just leave August entirely blank. But there you have it. That's August of 2022. My birth month is a black hole of cinema. Thanks, assholes. All right, moving on. September, and now you're like, we really are getting into the weeds on some of these of like, all right, shit, what is this film? What the fuck's going on here? September 16th, a couple films. One is called Distant, and this is an upcoming science fiction film. Stars Anthony Ramos from In the Heights, Naomi Scott from Aladdin, and Zachary Quinto from Star Trek, most prominently. Premise is the spaceship of an asteroid miner gets struck by an asteroid, sending him to an alien planet where he contends with his AI survival suit. And losing oxygen, he connects with his fellow crew member via radio, who is trapped inside an escape pod. Does that sound interesting to you? Distant?
Could be good.
Be good Gravity-esque type sci-fi film, maybe, or it could be dog shit. Who's to say? One or the other. How about The Woman King? Same date, September 16th. This stars Viola Davis, and it's coming from Gina Prince Bythewood, who directed The Old Guard, which we talked about in 2020 with Charlize. Here, I'll give you a premise. It's about the kingdom of Dahomey.
Dahomey?
Dahomey, exactly. Actually, a real thing. West African kingdom, basically. It's about a general and them. It describes them as Amazons. Basically, it'll depict how 2 women in this group fought enemies who violated their honor, enslaved their people, and threatened to destroy everything they lived for.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's like a period piece, touching on basically real life Amazonian women, I guess, more or less. You can kind of put it that way. Which
that sounds cool.
And you got Viola Davis playing the lead, so that's pretty fucking cool. September 23rd, Don't Worry, Darling. This is the next film from Olivia Wilde. I think she's only directed Booksmart prior to this. But this has Florence Pugh, Harry Styles. There was like a little teasery thing that I think she put out on her Twitter or something like that. It's a psychological thriller. in which she's an unhappy housewife, the 1950s, that she discovers a disturbing truth, and her loving husband is hiding a dark secret. Well, that's obviously very vague. Who knows what the hell's going on there? But good cast. Olivia Wilde, I mean, Booksmart was so fucking fun. I don't know if you ever actually saw that, to be fair. I never saw
that one.
You should watch that at some point because it's great. Then obviously she's obviously a very talented actress in her own right too, and she's kind of broken out into directing a few things here and there. So there's that. September 23rd is Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. It's about Puss in Boots. When was the last time you thought about Puss in Boots? I wonder.
I haven't thought about Puss in Boots in a long time.
Are you ready to revisit that? Well, are you ready to go back to Puss in Boots with Antonio Banderas as Puss? Are you ready for more?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Well, I'll probably end up watching that as long as it's a stream. As long as I can stream it, I'll probably watch it.
Well, initially it seems to be a theater release, but maybe one day it'll be on streaming.
Maybe one day. I won't rush out to theaters to watch Puss in Boots.
Okay, fair enough. October 7th. This is a big one. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, Part 1.
Wow. That's anticipated.
Yeah, that's definitely anticipated. Into the Spider-Verse was, I think, my number one the year that it came out in terms of films. So fuck yeah, it's anticipated.
What's the date on that?
October 7th.
Oh, okay.
2-week early birthday present for one Andrew Meadows. Some pretty good shit right there. I'm very, very excited. We got that little snippet month or two back, whenever that was. And we got Oscar Isaac in this one as well, playing 2099. Jake Johnson's back. Shamik Moore's back. Haley Steinfeld's back.
It's excellent.
Issa Rae, we're getting Spider-Woman in it. I mean, fuck yeah. I now trust those guys to do whatever the hell they want after Into the Spider-Verse.
It was a very good movie.
It was a very good movie. So, very excited to see more of that. Very excited to see the film itself on the 7th. And, yeah, hopefully as a part 1 of 2, it doesn't feel unsatisfying as like oh shit, where's the rest? But we'll see. October 14th, mercifully, Halloween ends.
Mercifully, it ends.
Halloween Kills was bad, man. It was bad.
That
so
sucks.
my hype level has dropped considerably for this. I thought there could be a tight, Halloween sequel trilogy, but I guess I figured when they greenlighted, Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends, they had an idea of where they wanted to go with it. But it's clear to me that they had no fucking clue what to do. And so they just made shit up and scrambled in the last 2 days before they needed to start filming and cobbled together a dog shit script. And so I'm assuming the same is going to be here. Now, it's possible, again, Jurassic World style, that they knew where they wanted to end and they couldn't figure out how the hell to get there, so they fucked the middle of it. So maybe that's the case. Generously speaking, maybe that's the case, but I have no confidence.
My counter argument to that is you have a sandwich. You could have the best bread on the top and bottom of that sandwich, but if the middle of the sandwich is just like shit, like if it's a shit sandwich, with the best baked bread,
it's not a good sandwich.
You're still eating a shit sandwich.
Yeah. Yeah. Or, and sometimes like the Star Wars sequel trilogy, you have, a great sourdough on top, and you've got salami and provolone in the middle, and then you have shit that's been cooked into an oven, and you slap that as the other piece of bread and think, oh, this will be fine.
You put a KFC chicken thing on there, it's just too much meat. It's too much meat. I need bread instead of the meat. It's a fucked up sandwich.
Yeah. Something went wrong. Yeah, the sandwich analogy is that's the perfect thing. So right now we've gotten a piece of bread and shit in the middle for Halloween. So it's possible they put another really good piece of bread on the other end and we'll try to pick the shit out as best we can. But you're still going to have a little flavor of shit attached to it. And who loves that? I mean, no one likes that really. So yeah, I mean, the well's been poisoned a little bit. You're not wrong. Maybe this one's better, and hopefully it fucking is. God damn it better not be worse. But I kind of don't care. I had a little taste of shit. I didn't care for it. I didn't care for this shit one bit. I don't want any more of it. I don't want it. I'm good. I'm good.
I've had enough.
It's an excellent way of putting it. I can't disagree there. So yeah, Halloween ends on October 14th. November 4th brings us The Flash with Ezra Miller.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Michael Keaton. That might be a saving grace. We're finally getting a Flash film, apparently. They've actually filmed the goddamn thing, apparently.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a lot of ground that the TV show, for better or worse, and it started good. I mean, we have to say that the TV show definitely started on the right foot. It covered a lot of territory already. So I hope that this film doesn't just retread the same territory in a worse way. There's a lot of avenues you can explore with the Flash film. So I think that there's a way to do it in a satisfactory manner. I don't really particularly care for Ezra Miller in general. I don't really care for their interpretation of the Flash, at least as we've seen via Zack Snyder. Maybe that's Zack Snyder's fault and not on them, but I'm not really excited for it. Like, I like Michael Keaton. It's cool that we'll see him. It's cool that we'll see a new Supergirl in this. But I'm not excited. You know, and you're probably on the same page, I would guess.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of ways that this movie can
not be good.
Not be good. That's the best way to put it. There's a lot of ways that this movie can be real shitty.
But you know, The Flash is its character ripe with potential. It's definitely possible to make a really, really compelling and good film out of The Flash.
Actually made an excellent first season of The fucking
CW
Flash.
made a fucking 20-plus episode season of The Flash that, yes, obviously there were filler episodes here and there, but like, that was really good.
That core arc was incredible. I think it's honestly, I think it might be my favorite CW show, that first season of The Flash with Reverse Flash.
Yeah, I mean, it's
excellent.
It's right there with the best of Arrow, and I can't imagine anything else on the CW even touches that. So yeah, you're not wrong. So yeah, the potential's there. We'll see what happens with it. I need to see more, I think, before I can give it an official, like, oh no, this is going to get chucked into the garbage bin or not, but we'll leave it at that. November 11th, this brings a complicated film. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever.
Ooh.
It's really hard to gauge what this film's going to be like. Obviously, it's missing Chadwick Boseman as the Black Panther, as T'Challa. And that's a hard void to fill. I mean, this is not a task that I envy with Ryan Coogler and anyone involved in the making of this film. I mean, that's such a huge void to fill, that the decisions they've made are to not recast the character. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how they approach this film. I don't know what they're doing with it. I don't know what they're planning on doing with it. It's a really interesting sort of sell of trying to make a Black Panther film without the Black Panther that audiences fell in love with over the past few years. And obviously they understand why Chadwick's not there, you know, and they understand why they're doing what they're doing, and it feels kind of silly to just fully drop like the character of Black Panther. Like that would be even crazier than trying to do something with it. But it's a really difficult position to be in.
Yeah, what do you do?
You know?
How do you cover that ground?
I don't know. And I'm glad that it's not up to me. I'm glad that it's not up to me, because I wouldn't know how the hell you do with it. And I don't know how the hell you do it. You know, narratively, like, where do you go? How do you just say that he's off screen for a movie and then you recast him? Do you kill him off? Like, I don't know how the hell you do that. I don't know how the hell they're going to do it. I'm interested to see how they do it, but I will say that this is probably it's definitely my least anticipated MCU movie, because I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. Like, I don't know how the hell they're going to do it. So Doctor Strange is awesome. Yes, Doctor Strange sequel makes total sense. What's the other one? Thor. Yeah, Thor 4 makes total sense. This is tough. It makes sense to make a Black Panther sequel. It's just the circumstances being what they are makes it extremely complicated to navigate that. So,
and it could be real.
Yeah.
They could navigate it very poorly, or they can navigate it very well.
Or it could be, you know, an extremely moving, you know, sort of follow up to Chadwick's legacy and T'Challa's legacy and universe and how that goes. I don't know how to gauge it. I really don't. I'm kind of at a loss with it. So Ryan Coogler is an incredible filmmaker. I love that first Creed. I love Black Panther. So I guess if anyone can do it, it's him.
It's got to be a multiverse solution.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe they're building towards that. I really don't know. I don't know how the hell they're going to do it. There's a number of ways I think you could approach it, and I just don't know how they're going to approach it. I don't know which one is the answer they settled on. So I don't know if there's a good answer. So I'm hoping that I'm being told what the good answer is, and I like what I see. But we'll see it in November. That's for sure. And we'll also see a film that'll probably get swallowed alive at the box office on the same day, November 11th, called Spellbound. I put on this list probably for a reason. It's an animated film. Okay. From Paramount, from Skydance Animations, and I think there's some concept art out that looks pretty fucking cool. And it's basically a set world of magic. A young girl must break the spell that split the kingdom in two. It's the director of Shrek that's coming back to do it. Okay. So, yeah. I mean, seems pretty cool.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens with it. I wouldn't be surprised if... Look, you don't want to go up against Black Panther 2. I'm just saying that. You don't want to do that. So something's probably going to move, would be my guess, but we'll see. All right, rounding out November, we got 3 films dropping on November 23rd. First of which is Creed 3.
Okay.
Which I think Michael B. Jordan is just directing this thing himself. I could be wrong about that, but yeah, he is. He's directing it himself. He's back in it, obviously. He's yeah, exactly. So it's got him back as Creed. Tessa Thompson's back, Felicia Rashad, and it's got Jonathan Majors in it as well.
Oh, shit.
Notably absent Sly, Sylvester Stallone is not going to be in this one, it seems. But Jonathan Majors is, I think, playing the bad boxer, the opposite boxer to Creed. So that sounds fucking awesome. I mean, God, that first Creed is so incredible. What an incredible film that is. Creed 2 was really fucking good, really enjoyable. Maybe not as good as the first one, but this has been such a resurgence and a revival of the Rocky franchise in such an amazing way. Yeah, you're gonna watch the shit out of that movie. That I'm excited for Creed 3. It doesn't feel like just going back to the well, so many times. It's like, no, this is Rocky for a new generation, and it's fucking awesome. It's a really, really good version of that. So I'm excited for that. So yeah, that's what's going on with Creed 3. The next 2 films on this list, you're probably like, what the fuck is this? There's a film called The Fabelmans coming out November 23rd, and it's not a memorable title, but I can tell you that it's the next film from Steven Spielberg, and it's a semi-autobiographical coming-of-age drama film from Spielberg, starring Michelle Williams, Seth Rogen, Paul Dano, and it's basically loosely based on Spielberg's childhood when he was growing up. So, there's going to have a personal touch to it, and it's going to be scored by John Williams. Okay. So there you go.
All right. That's a thing that's coming out.
It is another thing that's coming out. That's absolutely true. And finally, on November 23rd is a film called Strange World, which I believe is the next animated film from Disney. Yes, indeed it is.
Another year-end Disney movie?
Another year-end Disney movie. Centers on the legendary Clades, a family of explorers whose differences threaten to topple their latest and most crucial mission. It's going to journey deep into uncharted and treacherous lands where fantastical creatures await. And it is going to be directed by...
Johnny V.
Not Johnny V. It looks like a co-director of Big Hero 6 and Raya and the Last Dragon.
Okay.
So, and co-written by Ki Gwen, who also co-wrote Raya. And I see Alan Tudyk listed in the cast. I don't know if it's just because he's voicing creatures.
Probably.
If someone's fucking with me, it's just someone on IMDb is just having some fun, but he's probably going to be in it anyway. So yeah, the next Disney animated film drops November 23rd. So that's a big deal, obviously. Wrapping things up mostly. We'll have a TBD section. Apologies. Bear with us. December. We got 2 heavy hitters, 2 aquatic focused films on the same day. December 16th, Avatar 2. Are you ready for some more Avatar?
No way.
It's been fucking 15 goddamn years. But are you ready? Are you ready for more?
Yeah, I'll take an Avatar movie.
James Cameron, he's back at it. He hasn't done shit other than make like some sort of probably underwater documentary as he was trying to figure out how the hell do I film a whole goddamn movie underseas. Avatar 2's back. Jake Sully is back. Sam Worthington. Whoever the hell else. Good Lord. Neytiri, whoever plays her. Zoe Saldana. Wow, I was blanking there for a second. And they're also bringing back like fucking everyone from the first one, even though they all died. So Sigourney Weaver's back. Stephen Lang's back. Like everyone from the first one's all back. New cast members include Kate Winslet, Cliff Curtis, Edie Falco, Michelle Yeoh. God damn, Michelle Yeoh is crushing it. Jermaine Clement. Jermaine? Una Chaplin, and Vin Diesel.
No way.
I am Groot.
Avatar 2, will it destroy the box office the way the first one did? My gut instinct says no, but it's been so long
Maybe
since that first one came
too.
out. I will absolutely watch what James Cameron does. I'm super fascinated to see what this dude's been cooking for a fucking goddamn decade plus.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's fair, for sure.
And also, he's filmed like 9 of these films already. So we're going to get Avatar 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 17, 19, 34, 69, 74. Like, we're going to get all of those things. We're going to get all of them. December 16th will also give us Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom.
Okay.
James Wan's back. He's giving us more Aquaman. Jason Momoa's back. He's Momoing about, my man. He's back. Presumably alongside all the others, Amber Heard, when she's not shitting in beds or whatnot, and I don't know. It's fucking Aquaman, man. What do you want from me? It's Aquaman.
Yeah.
He's just doing Aquaman things. Black Manta's probably back.
I'll take it.
I like that first Aquaman. This was a solid fucking DC film. It was like fun,
It's one of
in the
the
way
few.
that the others were not. So yeah, sure. Let's see what happens with Aquaman 2. December 21st. Super Mario Brothers, the movie.
I'm super curious
starring
about
the
this.
likes again of Chris Pratt as Mario, Charlie Day as Luigi, Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong. There was others. There's others in there. I think Anya Taylor-Joy is Peach, and someone's playing Bowser. Who the fuck's playing Bowser? Someone's playing Bowser, and I'm like, what? What is happening here?
That's Jack
But
Black,
yeah.
isn't it?
I think it's Jack Black. I think you're fucking right. I think it's Jack Black playing fucking goddamn Bowser. I mean, come on. That's awesome. I mean, it's ridiculous, obviously, but
It's very ridiculous. It's so ridiculous, in fact, that I could not be more excited for it.
correct. I mean, it's so ridiculous. It's Illumination who have done the Despicable Me and the Minions movies that are working on the animation, but I think it's a close-knit production with Nintendo. Nintendo is very notoriously protective of their IPs, so I think Miyamoto and company have been pretty heavily involved in the making of this film. So I can't imagine it will be any worse than the last Mario film that we got in the 90s. Granted, this one's animated, that one was live action. But
The only thing that would be better is if Jared Leto voiced Mario.
yeah, if he just brought his Gucci character, he would
Yes.
absolutely nail it. And honestly, yeah, he would be better at voicing Mario with that than he would have been at playing that Gucci character in that film. Not gonna lie. All right, so we wind down to the end of December 23rd, just a couple days before Old Christmas. We're getting a Whitney biopic called "I Want to Dance with Somebody." What do you think about that?
Yeah,
Is
I'm about
is that
that.
exciting? I know you like that song. You're probably a Whitney fan yourself. Would you say?
I like Whitney Houston. She's pretty great.
Yeah, so it's got
Who's playing
Naomi.
Whitney?
It's Naomi Ackie who's playing Whitney, and if I'm not mistaken, she was Janna from Rise of Skywalker. She was maybe Lando's daughter, but also maybe who was hitting on her. Who's to say? But she was the other former stormtrooper that Fenn bonded with. If you remember.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So she's playing Whitney Houston. And obviously, it'll feature Bobby Brown and anyone else that obviously makes sense to be in that film. But yeah, that's what's going on with that. Directed by Casey Lemons, who she did the Harriet film most recently, which I didn't see, which I heard was fine, I think. But yeah. So yeah, that's what's going on with that. And then last but not least, I saved the final theatrical release, at least one that has a release date anyway, for that goddamn wizard, Damien Chazelle. He's bringing us a new film in 2022 called Babylon. And it's going to star Brad Pitt and Margot Robbie. And it is... Oh, and also has Tobey Maguire in it. Tobey Maguire Renaissance continues. I love it. I'm all for it. The plot is unknown, but it's rumored to be set in period Hollywood. So we have no information on this other than Damien Chazelle and a pretty fucking talented cast. Is that enough to sell you?
That's enough. Yeah, that's another guy. He directs a movie.
The Alex Garland-esque type of... Yeah, I'm in. I don't know what you want from me, but I'm in.
Seat and see what he's got to say.
Yeah. Gene Smart's in it as well. So that concludes what we have on the schedule. I have a few extra films that have no release dates just yet, but I think you'll want to listen because I think there are some interesting films that are set to come out in 2022 at some point.
How tantalizing!
I think you'll like what I have to offer. So to start, maybe this isn't the most exciting for you. Maybe it's more exciting for me. But Clerks 3 is coming out. Kevin Smith he made Clerks 3. He brought back everyone. For a while, it wasn't meant to be. He was going to do a Mallrats sequel, and then that didn't work out. And then he was going to do a Mallrats TV show, and then that didn't work out. And then he just made fucking Clerks 3 in between, smoking a lot of weed and losing weight and making some other shitty films with his kid. Good for him. The man's doing all right. He's enjoying life. I think he's appreciating his second lease on life post heart attack. And I fucking love Clerks 1 and 2. I'm super stoked to see Clerks 3. I believe it's bringing back, like I said, everyone, including Rosario Dawson. And yes. Give me more. Give me more is what I say of Clerks 3. Kevin Smith is hit and miss, like I said, these days, but when he's doing View Askew stuff, I think that I'm interested in. Although I never actually did watch Jay and Silent Bob reboot, not Boob. Jay and Silent Boobs. Oh, that's very appropriate to that style of Kevin Smith humor, to be fair.
I thought you called him Boob. Oh, you did call him Boob. But you're up there. You're up there in the north, spending a lot of time with them Canadians. Yeah. Jay and Silent Boob.
Jay and Silent Boob.
Maybe that's more of that's a different accent, I guess.
Sorry,
but...
sorry, I called it that. Boy. All right. What else is going on? Disappointment Boulevard. I bet you don't have a fucking clue what that is, do you?
I have no idea what that is.
Well, what if I told you that it was a comedy horror film written, directed, and produced by Ari Aster? Would that help you at all?
A comedy horror film?
Yeah. Do you recognize the man's name?
I do. That's Hereditary, isn't it?
It's Hereditary and Midsummer. It stars Joaquin Phoenix. And yeah, comedy horror. That's interesting, isn't it? It's described as an intimate, decades-spanning portrait of one of the most successful entrepreneurs of all time, presumably portrayed by Joaquin Phoenix. But I don't know exactly who that is. I don't know if it's fiction. It's apparently a 4-hour-long epic, at least for now. Maybe it'll get cut down at some point.
Horror film?
I had a comedy horror film at that. So what do you think about that? With A24 backing it, too.
That sounds, poof. A 4-hour-long comedy horror film. Those three things sound daunting, but it's in the capable hands, I guess.
Right, and in other hands, you'd think, "What the fuck are we doing here?" But maybe it's something worthwhile. I don't know.
I know I can't personally handle being scared for 4 hours.
Well, it's a horror comedy, so you'll also be laughing along the way.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. That sounds fucking weird as shit. So we'll see. We'll see on that one. How about Poor Things, 2022 film, directed by Yorgos Lanthimos. Maybe you don't recognize that name, but he worked on a film called The Favorite, which I believe you liked once upon a time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, how do you want to see a film in which this man is directing a film about a woman who drowns herself to escape her abusive husband and then has her own brain replaced with the brain of her unborn child? Does that sound interesting to you?
Holy shit. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I'd watch that. I'd give that a go.
It sounds a bit fucked, you might say.
Yeah.
Stars Emma Stone, Willem Dafoe, Mark Ruffalo. So, what do you think about that? Oh, and Margaret Qualley, who's the lead in Maid, so she's in it as well.
Yeah,
that's quite the premise. I didn't read that until literally just now, and I thought, oh my god, that's a movie? All right, well, let's see how that turns out. How about a film called 3,000 Years of Longing? And you'll notice there's a trend of just like, these are directors that are probably going to interest you. So this is a film from George Miller, director of Mad Max 2, Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, Happy Feet.
Happy Feet. I was going to wondering if you're going to include Happy Feet.
Happy Feet 2, and Mad Max Fury Road. 3,000 Years of Longing is an upcoming epic fantasy romance film written and directed by George Miller. It's about a scholar who encounters a djinn who offers her 3 wishes in exchange for his freedom, and their conversation leads to consequences that neither would have expected. Stars Idris Elba and Tilda Swinton.
Yes.
All right. I agree.
For sure.
Fuck
that
yeah.
sounds very good.
Very, very good. And finally, Killers of the Flower Moon. The latest and greatest, perhaps, from Martin Scorsese. Stars Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro, Jesse Plemons. This is also coming to Apple TV Plus the same day that it will release in theaters, whenever that is. But it's about members of the Osage tribe in northeastern Oklahoma who were murdered under mysterious circumstances in the 1920s, sparking a major FBI investigation involving J. Edgar Hoover. So Leo is not playing J. Edgar Hoover, just to close that, since he's already done that once in his career. But it's based on a nonfiction book from 2017, and it's described as a Western crime drama from Scorsese. Yeah. He does a lot of crime dramas, you might say. So yeah, what do you think about that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like 2022's got a lot of shit.
It's got a lot of shit. It does have a lot of shit. And in fact, that is all the shit that I'm throwing your way. Yeah, we've got a lot. We've got a lot on our hands. We're not going to cover it all, obviously. But certainly we shouldn't be, now that we're past the dry season of January, and maybe once we get into August, hopefully some TV shows will be happening and wrapping up so we can get through that fucking month. But other than that, we're going to be fine. We're going to be well fed. We're going to have plenty of things to talk about, plenty of things to cover, and we'll be busy. We'll be busy, for sure. And hopefully enjoying some good things, and hopefully everything that we're looking forward to delivers on expectations, and we're not encountering too many disappointments. But yeah, 2022 is very promising. Lots of things on tap that we have to look forward to. But yeah, that's 2022 in a nutshell. Any final word on 2022 before we wrap this up?
It's going to be a good year. Like you said, well fed. We'll be well nourished in content.
It'll be a good year. So thank you all for listening. If you enjoyed what you heard, please spread the word. You can support us on patreon.com/watchreviewrepeat as well. if you want to get early access to all of our regular episodes, as well as timed exclusive access to any bonus episodes. It's $2 a month that will get you all that goodness. Our website is watchreviewrepeat.com. You can get helpful links to all of our social media accounts there, as well as navigate to all of our latest episodes and whatever else you might need there. We are on Facebook. Search for us at just search for Watch Review Repeat, and you can find our page that way. We're on Twitter at WRRPod, and here, breaking news. We're on Instagram as well. At Watch Review Repeat. Just search for Watch Review Repeat, all one word, and follow us on Instagram, and we'll be posting updates there as well for the future moving forward. So we're on all the socials now, except for whatever Trump's new bullshit platform is. We will not be on that. I can safely say that. Questions, comments, suggestions, watchreviewrepeat@gmail.com. Happy to... now that we're past this, our next episode will be a regular episode. We'll do, news episode, news content, listeners' corner, blah, blah, blah. So if you have anything you want to send anything in, our way, we'd be happy to talk about that on a future edition of the listeners' corner, which will be coming up on the next episode, hopefully. So watchreviewrepeat@gmail.com. Please send something our way. Send us what you've been up to, what you've been watching, film, TV-wise, what you're looking forward to in 2022. Anything. Yeah, we're happy to take a look at that. Intro and outro track is Mechanolith by Kevin MacLeod, licensed under the Creative Commons by Attribution 3.0 license. Said it already, but I'll say it again. Our next episode will be on the Book of Boba Fett. It has wrapped up over on Disney+. We've got 7 episodes to dissect and talk about. And it'll be a first opportunity to get on track and cover our 2022 content properly. So we'll be starting off with a bang, I think. So I'm excited to flesh it out with Andrew. I think we've had some muted reactions in text form, but beyond that, not a whole lot substantively about what went down in Boba Fett. So that'll be certainly very exciting to talk about.
Everybody,
so you won't want to miss that.
Here first,
and you'll hear it here first on Watch Review Repeat. So, with all that said, thanks for hanging out with us for many, 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 many hours between this 2021 coverage and now our 2022 coverage. Many hours indeed. Yeah, Andrew, why don't you take us out?
Take care now. Bye-bye then.
Laters on the Menjay.